Objective number 2 coming through here. It is the Overlord. Ray is able to get that smite finish on there. We're going to get some kills onto the blue side. Yes, we are. Yuhuan goes down. Ray looking pretty low. Also, that is currently a 2-1 trade for the side of Moonlight. And they're not done there, kid. We are seeing Motsu take the kill.
5, and it's not looking like so.
Yeah, Cannon Blast going into the backline onto the Q1, so then goes a lot of sustainability for the side of Chaos, and down goes the Zhong Fei, so there is the backbone, down goes their damage, which is the Byron as well. Only Lung and Lam are the last surviving members on the side of Team Chaos, and it looks like... at the 7th minute mark as well. Not quite done there yet. TN taking down Kito in that clash in the farm lane, sorry, and they're still not done. That is a 2-0 trade so far. A critical crowd control of a 3-man knock up there. Yeah, Unbridled Rage was missing out on the Angela there thanks to the CC immunity from the Blazing Brilliance, but that's not going to be enough here. We see that Snow goes in. Snow does go down thanks to the side of DRS Gaming Nepal. It is Kaiser picking up the kill there, but we have minions at the Crystal, and AG Global still have 4 members alive compared to the 2 on the side of DRS.
It's not going to be looking too good for Leo Esports.
Oh, hang on. From June as well. Gets the kill onto Shuang Su. It is all pretty much over here for this team of Leo Esports. They're at the T1, but is it going to be enough for them?
Ouch!
Oh, Lady Chen coming in with the ultimate. And Musashi into the back of the line. Gaming. We see that GGUL Gaming is able to take that T2 up into the clash lane as well. We see that Kite is pretty low. Momo is already down as well. Back to the queue is Sunset, and they take out the Zhong Fei as well. It is another double kill going over to Sunset, and Doc getting a double kill as well. So that is a team wipe for one. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the Honor of Kings Open Series split 2 semi-finals. Today you have myself, Blam, and with me as usual is Mr. Kin. How are we feeling going into the semi-finals?
All good. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and I'm excited to bring you the games today. Now, we're going to conclude the Pacific play-ins for today. These will be the people that will be responsible for the region and hopefully take one step closer towards that $10,000 prize, as well as make it as the Pacific play-in team. Now, first game of the day, we're going to have Moonlight going up against AG Global. A big one for sure, right, Blam?
Absolutely. I mean, we went into yesterday not knowing much about Moonlight, and the same to go to GGUL Gaming as well. And we still have a little bit of a unknown entity today, which is obviously Fearless Esports. That will be the second match of the day. But yeah, the JPKR region absolutely smashed it yesterday. So I'm kind of hoping they ride that high and give some of the Hong Kong teams a run for their money. So AG Global and and Fearless Esports Hong Kong. But tell me a little bit about Lu Bang.
Yep, so if you're looking for something new, a kind of flavor that suits your taste, Liu Bang is here. You can buy him already in the Gorge, and of course he is one of the support tanks. He can go into the Clash lane as well. He offers damage and shielding. With his ultimate, he will be able to replenish some health and give some shields to his teammates. If you have not tried this hero out, I implore you to give it a chance.
I mean, I bragged to Kindofu last night. I was like, hey, my first game as Lu Bang as support, and I went 6-1-13. This hero is definitely something to be tried, to be honest. I had so much fun with him. Just being able to be like 1 second in the farm lane, then all of a sudden you're up into the Clash lane, helping out the Clash laner and getting that 2v1 going. Oh man, that's going to be some serious plays when that hero gets unlocked in competitive.
Yep, the god of split push. Now, there's another two teams that are looking to have a split push strategy as well. Let's take a look at Moonlight first. Familiar names already: Nanohana, Nong, Debausen, J-Moon, and Bye Bye. The five of these strong guys have put Moonlight on the map, at least in the Pacific region. Can they do it again today against AG Global, who we know are a very strong team as well?
Yeah, this is a community team going against a team that we were obviously talking about yesterday, Kin, that they have been on the world stage at Saudi Arabia as well. They've gone against the KPL Dream Team. There is a lot of exposure, a lot of experience on the side of AG Global. And for Moonlight to perform so well yesterday, and they're pretty much classed as a little bit of a community tournament because they've come in from the Open Series, right? So they weren't invited. They're not a partnered team. These are just 5 players that have got together and got this far into the semi-finals. But these are their opponents. It is AG Global, which is Shinlin in the support role. We have Zaze as the farm lane. We have Urchian as the mid lane. We have Yok as the jungle. And then Snow, who we all love and know, is in the Clash lane. Gonna go up against, obviously, Bye Bye, which was yesterday's. What are the highlights in the Clash lane, especially on that Sunset?
Yeah, exactly. So now we're gonna see, right, this monster matchup. So both players, we know they have the mechanical skills. Now it's up to the individual 1v1s, maybe up to the 4th level, we'll see. And after that, it really is, what's the synergy like for both teams, right? How do they make full use of the strong Clash laners?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how they try and equalize that 1v1, because I can imagine it's going to be quite a bit of a bloodbath up into the Clash lane, Kin, especially with the likes of Snow and Bye Bye up there. I can imagine that there may be some 2v1s going on with the jungles on either of these teams going up to assist the Clash lane, but I'm pretty sure we'll find out very soon to see what they're going to do to try and topple AG Global, because I think that's the main task here, right? AG Global looking very much like the favorites of this one, being world stage team and whatnot. It's wondering to see what Moonlight can do to see if they can topple the world stage team.
Yep, I don't know about you, but I feel like AG Global, they are kind of in the zone, right? And Moonlight, kind of feeling the pressure. So let's take a look at the picks and bans as well. AG Global going to take out the Musashi and the Sun Tzu, one of the signature picks from the side of Moonlight, for good reason as well. I'm expecting an Orgrim pick very much early on.
Yeah, now that the Musashi's off of the table, the Orgrim can come through as well. We did see Musashi actually get picked for the side of one of the teams yesterday, and obviously their counter was the Zhuangzi. But it looks like AG Global are going to go for that Mai Shiranui once more, because they did play in Game 1 yesterday, and Urtien did fantastic pairing that with the Ming and Lady Sun.
Interesting. So there is a huge amount of sustain coming out from the side of AG Global. This plays well into the composition that Moonlight have drafted for themselves so far. Now, they have taken away the Lung. So at this point, the matchup is set, all right? It's Arlie against a Lady Sun, but it's not going to be exactly too fair, right? Push and pull, you have the Ming who's offering you a lot of heals, but now you have the Balsan with the mortar that should be able to help out Nanohana in that farm lane as well.
Yeah, the Mutsu came through pretty clutch yesterday. I'm pretty sure this hero had quite a considerable win rate as well, because we saw quite a lot of the winning teams pick it up, and especially when they've got going against heroes like the Mai Shiranui, somebody you want to lock down before you engage, and especially that cannon blast, that first skill from Mutsu is probably going to be one of those best things to lock down the Mai Shiranui. But going on to the last phase of the bans for both of these teams, we have a fight for the Clash lane here, because Dharma and Charlotte both being banned out there, and then we see on the side of AG Global, they're looking at whittling down that mid lane pool. But the Mutsu could go into the mid lane, we've seen it before, and the Ogryn, with it being one of the first two picks, could be up into the Clash lane, but it looks like this final pick here, the fourth pick for Moonlight, is going to set that to bed. It is going to be Ogryn in the jungle.
Yep, so with this being placed at the draft, I think, you know, the reach of Moonlight is pretty far. You know, we underestimate the reach of Mai Yin simply because she's a melee hero, but she's actually able to catch out people from quite a distance as well.
Absolutely. I mean, there's quite a lot of Clash lane has been taken off of the board here. We have the Dharma being taken off, the Charlotte, obviously Mai Yin's being picked up for the side of Moonlight, AG Global banned out the Sunset and the Elaine. So what my next point of call was going to be is the Byron is probably going to be the pick for AG Global, and they go for the Hugh Huan in the jungle. We saw this yesterday on the side of AG Global, played very well, very fast in terms of those farm-ins, but Dong Huang coming through for some more lockdown, probably for the Mai Shiranui, right?
Well, it really depends on who they want to catch. Any singular target that Dong Huang catches with the Forsaken contract actually makes a lot of sense, right? You know what? Actually, Moonlight, I'm pretty wary of their draft. This ban pick is scary because they have so much control. Every single person has one control skill at least.
Yes, it's plenty of CC on the side of Moonlight. Whether it's all just going to be aimed at trying to lock down the Mai Shiranui, we are yet to be seen, but I suppose it's trying to stop the Lady Sun trying to get out of those interactions with those big rolls, because we know how well some of these teams can play the Lady Sun. Just being able to roll in, roll out. We have players that are a little bit of both, but we will see very soon how that goes. It looks like we're going to get both of the marksmen into the mid lane to try and get some of that prio for the minions.
Yep, they need a little bit more wave there, especially on the side of Moonlight, right? One of the benefits of having a Lady Sun is after the rolling raid, she's able to hit multiple targets along with her auto attack as well. Very good engagement. They will not manage to steal, but it's the pressure, right? AG wants to make that mental stress happen for the side of Moonlight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this kind of pressure is definitely going to achieve that, but we're now seeing that the mid lanes are now going down to the farm lanes as they allow the Lady Sun just to be able to have more access to those side cams for gold, and just being able to try and get their farm lane activated a little bit quicker, because for those watching at home and don't quite know, that Lady Sun is a late game hero.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Zeiss is going to try and build a little bit more pressure. Once again, right? No stolen camps. I really like the way that Moonlight is playing. Blam, I think this is a strong showing of potential coming out from Moonlight.
Absolutely. I mean, to consider that this was not actually the championship team from the JPKR region, right? I mean, they were second to GGUL Gaming, but they are definitely showing some worth here, showing their salt on the gorge, but they are holding hit for hit so far for AG Global. I mean, they are ahead by 1k gold this far, no deaths, but it's really showing that the resources are more resourceful on the side of AG Global.
Yeah, and at this point, you can see the rotations that they're making. They're trying to stifle the growth on Nong, right? And it looks like they're not going to be successful. Not a single cap has been taken away by Moonlight's jungle.
Yeah, no, he definitely knows what he's doing, Nong. He has the Ogryn, which is probably one of the fast wave clearing, minion clearing, creep clearing heroes in the jungle, as well as the Hugh Huan. So it's kind of matching that pace. It's kind of a mirror projection on the side of Moonlight. They kind of needed a fast rotating, fast clearing jungle just to keep up with AG Global.
Yeah, and at this point, if you take a look at the rotations, right, J-Moon now placing a lot more emphasis on trying to get the win and the advantage on the farm lane, because it all falls down to how fast this early Nanohana can farm, right? If Nanohana does not hit that power spike quickly, it's going to cost them the game.
Yeah, we need to see those items come through first. I mean, both of the farm laners have gone for the attack speed boots as well, so they are meaning business. They are looking to deal as many blows as possible, as fast as possible. But first blood is going to go over to AG Global. That 1v1 that went in favor for Bye-Bye yesterday is definitely going in the favor of Snow.
Yep, and they enforce their will across the map. It doesn't matter if we have minions or not. Here is that first blood. Bye-Bye actually getting caught out. Oh, very minor mistake there. And here we go. This is going to be the second kill of the game. AG Global, suddenly a huge shift in farm. Scepter of Reverberation into the hands of Ertian as well.
Yeah, already at the T2 is AG Global, and this is pretty much the same kind of team we saw yesterday. The beatings that they've taken from some of the teams on the world stage has definitely made an influence on how this team navigates on the Gorge now. They're not all about those kills. They are definitely trying to get those map priorities, those objectives, and we're probably going to see a big thrive for these neutral objectives that are up in a second.
Yeah, you can definitely tell, right? AG already starting to flip the switch. They have kicked up the gears as well. All of a sudden, in the 4-minute mark, they are up by 2,000 gold. They take the Tyrant and items galore. So Patrol X only for the side of this Organ, and Nong, the Balsan maybe getting caught out. Oh my goodness.
Oh, okay. Think inside the box, comes and tries to save the Dong Huang, but it's not going to be enough there. It is able to catch out the Mai Shirunui, but we have Zays on the run. It's a 3v1. The Moonlight team are taking some trades back. That was beautiful. 3-1 for Moonlight.
Yeah, big win. They don't really change the goal differential, but this EXP and the buffs are really important. That was a nice knockup by the Mai here, Ertian, but unfortunately, I think they just took a step too far forward, right? Overstayed their welcome, and Nong is tanky. He's level 8, so he's ready to fight anytime.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous there for the side of AG Global, but they are going to make these kind of mistakes. They are still a team that have a roster of 2 new members, right? So they're not just going against the same kind of team that they had for the past almost 3 to 6 months now. They have a few new members on the team, so some of these things are going to come through. Some issues are coming through right now here for the side of AG Global. They lose Snow. They are able to take the Dong Huang as well, so it is a 1-1 trade for this neutral objective, but it doesn't look like they're going to commit to it. They really want to try and commit to this T1 turret as they're trying to take out the Motsu, and Ming is able to get a kill there. So Shinlin getting that final blow onto the Bolton as well as J Moon, and it's not like they're done here yet, Ken. We are getting another takedown for Zays on AG Global.
Yep, AG just forcing these errors coming out from Moonlight, right? They had the safety, or at least they thought they had the safety of the T1 in the mid, but right now, that one mistake gives away the Crimson buff. It's okay, and this is not an ideal situation for them. 6 minutes in, now the net worth lead has been doubled, 4,000, and worse than that, Zeiss actually has the Eternity Blade, so this is a huge power spike for him. It's not a fight that I think Moonlight wants to take at this time.
Yeah, not only has he got the Eternity Blade, he's got that second tier item that builds into the Axe of Torment, which will probably get built very, very soon, especially for the squishy heroes on the side of Moonlight, like the Arlie, like the, I mean, the only other squishy hero on there would probably be the Motsu, right? Because Mayin has that self-heal. The Balsan on the Dong Huang can be pretty tanky, and obviously Nong on the Orgren can sustain as well. He is now level 10 and got a few items under his belt, but they're able to keep that T2 alive in the mid lane, Ken.
Yep, it's not the ideal situation at this point, I feel, for the side of Moonlight. You know, they did defend that T2, that was great, but they have not achieve one of the big markers when you're playing against a Ming. You have not forced out the longevity, right? That ultimate is really huge in team fights, and if you can't force it out, it's not an ideal situation. Here we go, finally.
Yes, a lot of damage going over to Orgren, which kind of forces into the back of that team fight. But there is the Bolton taking a little bit too overstep, and then Sun comes through with a double kill onto the Mayin, triple kill onto Nanohana as well. That is 4 kills for the side of AG Global. That T2 that they just missed out moments ago is now gone to themselves.
A huge play by Ertian there. That knockback and the knockup was so paramount in that huge win for the side of AG. And now they get to reward themselves with not just one, but two tier 2 turrets on the top and the bottom as well. Take a look at this. That side flank coming in the Byron as well. Snow just making that synergy work so well for AG.
That was beautiful placement there by Snow, honestly. Just kind of sitting in that brush, just waiting for that whole thing to pop off. Knowing the Orgrim was so low, it was just a masterpiece watching that. But this is a team, like we keep saying, have been on the global stage. They have been beaten plenty of times by those that have been deemed as better than them, and they've taken some victories over those that we didn't actually expect to, like some of the Malaysian teams in the EWC MSI. But it is now Moonlight who are looking like the victims here for AG in this first match of the semi-finals. But Moonlight, I have to say, have definitely held their own.
Yeah, they have. But at this point, Blam, I think if I was Ace, I would go in right now.
Yes, you definitely want to go in right now, trying to get some kills picked up here. So we do see Dabalson goes down. It is no more shutdown for the My Shiranui unless that Cannon Blast can come through. Tien is actually down as well. Hugh Huan getting the kill over to the Orgrin. Also, they have the high ground turret in the farm lane. They're looking for it in that mid lane. They are down 2 members, but so are AG Global down at the My Shiranui. They're trying to stop it with the Cannon Blast. Here comes the minions into the castle. This could be the final fight for Moonlight in game 1. My Shiranui trying to do some parkour all over the place, but Byron is not going to let that slide. That game 1 goes to AG Global.
Yep, glimmer of hope there, but it is AG Global that come out tops in the first game of this best of 3 series. Now, I'm going to be honest here, I don't think this is going to be a walkover, right? Moonlight does have some fight in them. AG Global was just a better team in game number 1.
Yeah, what Moonlight did was fantastic. They was able to pull some punches. They was able to actually go toe-to-toe in some of those team fights. That was really impressive. But I think where Moonlight is really lacking, or maybe it's just another strength of AG Global, is just denying those T1 turrets, denying the neutral objectives as well, which we know when we've seen other teams play on that world stage, that makes a difference from a good team to a great team.
Yep, exactly. It was like a balancing beam, right? So I think at least for the first 3 minutes of the game, you could see a very strong equilibrium between both teams. No shift whatsoever. But once they hit their mark, look at Zace. 4, 1, and 5. He is already at 3 core items going into the Blood Reaper as well. And at the same time, right? The assist by Qingling, this Ming, most people, you know, they coin him as the walking creep or the walking minion because it doesn't really do much damage. But this Savant's Wrath to add on to the healing factor and the damage he's able to do with his skills, very, very good in the way that it protects the team but deals damage at the same time. And to add on to that, he does have the redemption. So Crimson Shadow into the redemption, it helps provide the shield, gives extra attack speed, increase mana regeneration, and movement speed as well. And that's all beneficial to the entirety of the team.
Yeah, I mean, when we see Ming get drafted, we know that the farm lane is going to be the hyper carry. And then when you see that the farm lane's locked in, a hero like Lady Sun, you expect nothing less because you know they're going to be paired for pretty much the entire match. They are going to be twinned together for the whole of the duration of game 1. But just looking at that, you can see that damage dealt is 27.2k by Zaze. And then, to be honest, Jock, the unsung hero, the hero that has the ladle or the little instruments, doing 33.8% of that damage dealt as well, which really just shows that Hugh Wan is still a great jungle hero. One of those great picks considered rather than going for the likes of the Dune or the Kaiser or even the Monkey sometimes, that Hugh Wan can still mage herself around, take flight, and do some aggressive damage in those team fights.
Yep, clean game, right? So just 2 tyrants across the entire game. They were up by about 10,500 gold. No towers taken, right? But let's take a look at the highlights. This is the first, structure that really changed the entire state of the game, right? The first blood going in against Bye Bye. Now, besides this was an overzealous effort. They made some mistakes on the side of AG, right? But, even with the punishments that came through, it just wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't. I mean, maybe it was kind of just like they put their hand in the cookie jar, and then all of a sudden AG Global was just like, yeah, no, we've seen you take the cookie now, but we are not going to allow any more crumbs to be leaving that jar. So they were able to give over 3 kills. Yes, they lost a few other trading blows towards the late game as well onto the side of AG Global, but it just wasn't enough. Like what I was saying into the first statement of when we opened up the post-game analyst is just the goal for these objectives, these turrets on the side of AG Global. They've really learned from the side of KPL when a lot of teams are focused on brawling. They want to get kills. These teams are just doing macro to the next level.
Yep, exactly. And even if you want to take a look at just the fight itself, the fact that they couldn't have vision on Ertian as well as Snow was what caused them a lot of these fights, right? A lot of these fights, they were so focused on getting the MVP here, it's okay. They wanted to burst this Yuhuan down because with the Melody of Peace, that would have offered the heals for the team. You know, this is complemented by the Ming, played by Qingling as well. So 2 massive heals, you want to take these heals out. And when you're so focused on taking out the healers, which are already tanky, by the way, 27.7 thousand damage taken, that's when the opportunity opens for Snow as well as Ertian to come in and get the kills because they were really caught off guard multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see that they were caught off guard, right? I mean, 49.9k damage from Joe K is just huge. And then obviously damage taken, he's able to take that 27k damage as well. But then also taking so much damage, but then actually not losing any lives is going on a no death run again. He is a solid jungle pick. And this is one of the newer members for those not quite familiar with AG Global, that Joe K is the new jungler. It used to be Myosotis, but this is somebody new onto the roster and is filling those shoes very well.
Yep, filling them, if not even more. At this point, you know, we were talking to a couple of the coaches, especially you, right? You were talking to Martin, and you know, you were saying that he was worried about the team not performing at their best. But if this is not the best, I'm worried for when they really hit their stride, you know? Yeah,
absolutely. But before we get into game 2 to see if Moonlight can bring it back to shine the moon onto themselves, we are going to take a short break. We promise, hopefully it's going to be a short one here this time, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon for game 2.
In the meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically 0.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
All right, we're back. We're going to keep our promise this time, and it is time for the second game in this best of 3 series. AG Global, of course, taking the lead against Moonlight. The question is, Moonlight, can they come back?
Yeah, it's really interesting. We was discussing it in the break-in. There were some mistakes there by Moonlight as well as AG Global, especially when we saw those 3 kills go over to Moonlight. I feel like if Moonlight just kind of now realize what they're going against, now realize the gravity of the team that is AG Global, I think we could probably see a solid game 2 here from them. Maybe a little bit more priority in those lanes, getting some of those T1 down first.
Yep, exactly. You have now tested the strength of your opponents. It is time to really pull out all the winning cards, right? Because this is tournament life on the line. Now, Moonlight gonna kick things off with the ban on Algren, along with the Dolia ban, and they're gonna secure the R lead for themselves once again. So Nanohana feels that, you know, the R lead is still viable.
Yeah, I mean, the Arlie did okay in that game, right? I mean, it wasn't the cleanest Arlie we've seen, but when you've got the likes of the Mai Shiranui on your team, just able to sort of try and lock down. Yes, they had the Motsu with Think inside the box. And speaking of Motsu, it looks like AG Global are going to pick it up this time because they go for the power play. They ban out the Mai Shiranui. They ban out Bei's big pick in that clash lane, the Sunset, and they go for the Loom pick.
Yeah, and this is quite difficult to deal with if you're Nanohana, right? Because yes, Maple Dance can block your projectiles, but if at this point Zeiss and Tingling, they were to time their skills perfectly, you have to eat one or the other, right? So it depends on which one you want to eat.
Okay, we are getting the Liam Poe. They clearly are playing the tunes of my heart. Everybody knows that I love Liam Poe. I don't play him enough, but I do love it when he comes out in competitive. And then we have the Suya come through as well, which is the latest hero before Lubang. So a new mid-mage here. I know we saw it in the Brazilian finals. It did okay. I'm not holding up much hope, but with Moonlight, they have cooked. They've cooked with the Sunsa. So I'm going to let them, I'm going to give them some air. I'm going to give them some time in the kitchen to let this hero brew.
Yeah, let that pot simmer, because I think Zhang Ziya is really one of the very undersung heroes, right? There is a huge risk because he doesn't have the best mobility, but if given the right tools, that level 25 restriction cap removal is going to be very useful for the team on Moonlight, which also speaks one thing: they want to go to the late game.
Yes, it all depends on where that goes. For those that aren't very familiar with this mid lane hero, obviously his ultimate is able to allow him his passive, is allow him to go to level 25. He can then give that over to one hero onto the side of their team. If it goes over to Ali, it's like your attack speed comes through. If it goes over to a tanky hero, they get a little bit more health as well. So depending on where that actually goes, where that gift goes, depends on the attributes that are amplified. But speaking of amplification, we have another amplified power play by AG Global, banning out some more of their Clash Lane heroes here. The Byron was picked up by Snow last game, played fantastically. He's gone for the Mayin this time around, but then Moonlight do ban out the Musashi again and the Hugh Huan, so going for some of those jungle picks on the side of AG Global.
Really like this. I like the thought process behind Moonlight, and I think it makes a lot of sense, right? But if you take a look at the draft, right, it is very flexible. Ziya can actually go into the roam position. Lianpo can go into the roam position as well. And looks like Lianpo should be going into the roam. We have Xiangyu as well as the Agudo. We were talking about this just now. Agudo does make it through. So very tanky lineup, and looks like the sanctification by Ziya, the passive, will be placed in the hands of Arlie or maybe the Agudo.
Yeah, this is what I really like when we see other regions come through, is the fact that we get some of these different pocket picks. So the Shangyu was really first introduced to me when obviously looking at a lot of the Brazilian tournaments going through. This was a big Clash Lane pickup. Sometimes it would see itself in the support role as well. But this is the Agudo pick is definitely something unique to the JPKR region. We don't see many regions pick this up into the jungle. And then it looks like AG Global are going back to that Season 1 invitational kind of draft here, obviously, other than the Lung, who was no longer available at that point, but the Lamb coming through and the Princess Frost as well.
Yep, I like the concept behind it simply because they can dive the backlines. Lam offers that dive, Mayin offers that dive as well. And with the mods, there is a very good style of control, right? The Cannon Blast will be able to lock people in place. You can expect some very disgusting combinations. The Cannon Blast into the Frigid Prison, that is going to be a very painful one to deal with because it's almost a guaranteed lockdown.
Yes, absolutely. If you can aim it well, and I have no doubt in my mind that Urchien can land those trick shot skills. Whoa, it's early morning in the land of the UK. I almost tripped over my own words there, but I'm sure he can land those trick shots as well as Shinlin on the Mudsu. So there's plenty of trick shots coming through for the side of AG Global right now. Quite a few cannon blasts just trying to just whittle down the health of the side of Moonlight.
Yep, you definitely want to slow down J Moon's farm and EXP, right? Simply because with Sanctification, he does get that huge EXP boost. So it's going to be quite difficult to deal with because he is going to be on the same levels as the junglers, if not higher, if the game goes right for them.
Yes, absolutely. But it's really weird seeing AG Global go for the LUM. So Joe K is already showing that he has a already bigger hero pool, it seems, so far in this jungle, because we never saw the Lamb on Myosotis on Lamb as well. So it's really interesting to see that a new player brings all these new different picks to the team. But that Agudo coming through again, I've got really high hopes for it here, because we were making remarks in the break. I was like, I'm not too sure how this is going to work, but hey, with the movement speed decrease onto your enemies within that circle and the movement speed increase of your allies, that could be really interesting for the side of Moonlight.
Yeah, exactly. And Wildgrove going to be dropped out once again. Urtian left in the middle against 2. But here comes the first blood, and that is the reach that I'm talking about. Mayin, played by Snow, once again. How many times has this guy gotten the first blood? My goodness.
I think it's probably a staple pick for him here. This is his MO, right? Just getting those first bloods, doing a bit of proxy farming there between those two turrets, just trying to put some pressure onto the Shangyu. But oh, Cannon Blast coming through to Suya is just dominating here for the side of AG Global, because Joe K was able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, it's I think it's a very difficult situation to be in. Look at the burst damage, right? And if you notice how AG Global is playing, I mean, Lam, what do you think about the term offense is the best defense?
Well, it's definitely working so far, right? I mean, I can't really give much of my thoughts on that other than what I'm experiencing and witnessing within this game 2 of the semifinals match between AG Global and Moonlight. But yeah, we've already seen some 2 solid kills come through to the side of AG Global. They are trying to show that, hey, we are going to still take kills from you, even if you aren't blocking the objectives that we are more focused about. The Witcher is coming, tries to pin down the Liam Poe there, but it just wasn't quite enough. He was able to dash out. Cannon Blast comes through, stops Nanohana, going for an aggressive engage to save this T1.
Yeah, but it's a huge play, right? They actually burn out the Tremor Smash, so Debalson won't be able to join in the big team fights just yet. Now, Nong is going to try his best, but I don't think anything is going to come out of that at this point. And it's not an ideal situation, because if you take a look at what's happening across the map, once again, AG establishing another 2,000 goal lead for themselves, this time at the 3.5 minute mark, much quicker than what we had in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got someone like Lamray just going across the map, being able to traverse it a little bit faster than Yu Huan, and obviously, as you get higher levels, those abilities, those multiple attacks are just able to finish off those camps a little bit faster. Nong here with the engage. Oh, think inside the box, goes into the backline there, onto the Suya, but there we go. Liam Poe comes in, but it is a 1-3-0 trade for the side of AG Global. I blinked, I saw 1 death, and then 2 other deaths pursued it, and third comes along in T1, 4 kills. AG Global just rocking it right now.
Yep, AG Global just a better team at this point, 6-0. At this point, Moonlight, I mean, they have tried their very best at this point, but it looks like their very best may not be enough.
Yes, Moonlight are struggling here to try and defend these T1s because, like you said, into the draft, you said you really enjoyed this Lamb pick because of the amount of dive potential it gives over, and we saw it down there in that T1, right? And I think it's only going to get worse from there for Moonlight. They have to try and throw off the lamp. Maybe they weren't predicting the lamp because obviously that was the last pick on the side of AG Global. Maybe they was thinking a little bit something more traditional in that jungle, but they didn't think it was going to be this traditional, right?
Well, I think if you take a look at the process, hang on, Tremor Smash on the backlines there. Will they get the catch? Urtian uses the flash, gonna get out, and no, still gets caught out. Okay. Consolation prize, but yeah, you know, the concept that I see for Moonlight is let's be tanky so we can survive the initial aggression. But hang on.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of working. It kind of isn't. Oh, Surya gets cannon blasted there by Xingling. He was not expecting it, and Xingling was like, I've got a sixth sense. I can feel it. He's under the turret and just landed that cannon blast to perfection there. Unfortunately for the side of Moonlight, J Moon taking the L under that tier 2 turret. There was just no saving him there. And there's no saving that T1 as well in the mid lane. So T1s across the map, other than the Clash lane, have been taken down.
Yep, exactly. And this is where I think Moonlight maybe have been a little bit more greedy in terms of draft, right? Because at this point, AG Global, they are exposing the weakness of Moonlight's draft, the ban pick. You need time, and AG does not give you time with the draft.
No, yeah, there's plenty of aggression on AG's side here. We see that Shang Yu goes in there with the knock-up, but doesn't actually persist with it, because obviously there is a lot of AG Global into that top side of the map there. Clash lane T1 does go down as well. Looking with the minion wave, could potentially see the T2 fall also, just like its brother in the side lane of the farm lane that's already gone down with the T2. But it is Shang Yu against the world here. We see Suya with the ultimate clear off that wave, actually stopping the takedown of the T2. So Moonlight actually doing bits here to save their objectives, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yep, it's a very quick game, right? Going to 7 minutes in, we already have the Excellent Torment onto both Snow and Zouke, and that's a lot of armor PS already in your hands. And at this point, I haven't even paid attention to Zai's build yet, but I believe he should be having the Eternity Blade already. 7 minutes in, when you have an Eternity Blade and maybe a secondary core item, Zeiss is not one, he is just unplayable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, not only if you try and lock down the Lung, he's able to take flight with his ultimate and keep himself safe, and that kind of just is being used as a bait, right? If you're going to focus the Lung and then you think, right, we got him, lads, we got him, and then all of a sudden out the brush, just like the Mei Yin there, you're going to get Lamb, you're going to get Mei Yin, you're going to get Cannon Blast, and then maybe even Frigid Prison. It's just, there's just so much here. There's so much lockdown on the side of AG Global right now, looking for a fight for this T2.
Yep, I will be super happy if I'm AG Global at this point. Xingling just setting things up for the team. Very easy to do so. Look at that.
Straight into the back of that whole team fight was Mei Yin. Snow just going for that same MO as last game, where we saw that double kill go on for the Byron when Snow was playing him in game 1. He's done the same with Mei Yin. They've taken down the higher ground turret as well, Kin. There is so much going on here for AG Global, getting a team wipe and looking for a next crystal takedown 8 minutes in.
Yep, this proves the strength of the Hong Kong Macau region coming in. AG Global are the winners of our first series of the day, and congratulations, now they have planted their feet firmly in the grand finals later today.
Yes, absolutely. Congratulations to the AG Global getting, as Ken just said, first finalists of the day. We have a next matchup soon. It is again the JPKR region against the Hong Kong and Macau region as well. So hopefully for GGUL Gaming, we could hopefully see an upset there and try and get JPKR further into the Open Series, or is it going to be shut down by Fearless Esports? But that was definitely one heck of a game by AG Global.
Exactly. Now we'll take a look at itemizations by both teams. Now I finally get to see, right, what did Zeiss build, because he was so painful. At the same time, did Xingling as the mortar, did he go for the utility support? Or maybe for a little bit of greed, as I like to do, just build full damage, right? Offense is the best defense.
Absolutely. I mean, it showed there, right, that offense is the best defense. Just being able to just control the whole map of Game 2 really was the prerogative there for AG Global, and they definitely showed it, especially on the likes of Snow once more going 3-0-2. That backline gank towards the end there, really setting up that Game 2 finisher for AG Global. And then Zay's not actually getting mini kills there, but there's the itemization for Yukin. He goes for the Eternity Blade and then obviously the Master Sword as well, and has that first item for that penetration. Could have been built into Axe of Torment or even the Starbreaker.
Yeah, exactly, and it's really painful. Take a look at the damage dealt. Zhou K is the one that dealt 44%, very critical, clinical as well. It's all, you know, benefit to the rest of the team. Tingling and Snow, they were so adept at catching the different members on the side of Moonlight. And I'm not sure if you noticed, but Snow had the Siege Breaker. My goodness, the most damaging item in the game. He had that in his hands. That's why it's 7 towers, 10,000 gold ahead. And let's take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, some amazing highlights here. So we see the first blood take place once more up into the Clash lane. Pretty much typical Snow MO other than his backline gank. We did see a hopeful engage here from the Balsam, but then was shortly met by Lamb there into that T1, which really opened up that first objective for the side of AG Global, getting that T1 into the side lane. But then we have that Nong was able to take out, I believe it was Princess Frost there towards the end, and that was a really good play. That was a really good trick shot. Landing that ultimate onto the side of AG Global was great for Moonlight. So it really shows that this Game 2 and, well, this whole series as a whole is really showed that there is some great potential on the side of Moonlight. But speaking of potential, we have Xin Ling with the MVP this time. Those cannon blasts hit different.
Yeah, for sure. And even with the think inside the box with the flash as well, he dealt 36.4k damage. As a support, that's quite a lot, right? And he tanked quite a lot of damage as well, 20.7 thousand. But more importantly, like you said, it was really the cannon blast that helped the team out, because it set the stage so much that they just couldn't miss. And another, you know, shout out was Snow. His flanks were just on point. There was never an instance where you know that Moonlight was expecting Snow to show up. That last 4-man takeout, it was you know, just delivery. Hey, I want to order takeout. Can I have 4 members on the side of Moonlight? And we'll save the best for the last, right? We'll get the jungler on the last piece of that fight.
Yes, the last jungle being basically the dessert for AG Global towards the end of that fight. But honestly, I have to say it's for about Snow and Xinlin that they probably are 2 of the most improved players, I have to say, from watching them all the way from the Open Series to Open Series 2 now, and potentially going on to the KC 2024 tournament in October. But to me, those 2 original members are 2 of the most improved. Zaze has always been good. He's kind of shown a little bit more knowledge in terms of positioning and obviously knowing his role a little bit more there. But in terms of the support and the Clash lane on the side of AG Global, I really think they are most improved players.
Now, of course, with that being said, you know, big props to Moonlight. I think they really performed pretty well. It's the first time they're showing themselves on such a massive stage, right? All the way in Abu Dhabi as well. So big props to them. Now, it is time for us to take a short break. When we're back, it is time to see who is the next grand finalist between Fearless Esports Hong Kong when they go up against DDEOK Gaming. When we're back, we will bring you all the action.
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Liu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Lu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Lu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Lu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
Ultimate from Redsky, but hey, it doesn't matter. I can be on target.
Очень плохо получается со скачка, и там минус 2, скорее всего, будет. Как же Юнин раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
So Jin's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we just see in here with AB8, perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
The meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back from the break. Obviously, we had to have a bit of a breather between that last best of 3 going into this next one. Still, I am Blam. I haven't changed in the past 20 minutes. And with me is Kin. How are we feeling going into Gold Dot Gaming against Fearless Esports Hong Kong?
Very good, very excited, very anxious as well, right? Because we have not seen Fearless Esports Hong Kong take the stage just yet. But bear in mind, this is the last best of 3 today because the finals will be a best of 5. So all gamers global, AG Global, will be waiting and be patiently watching the winners of this best of 3 series.
Yes, and as you can see there, that Moonlight is now blacked out on the bracket. They do, however, fall at the semi-final hurdles, but it does mean that they do walk away with, obviously, some of the prize pool, and I believe it was 2.5k, so not quite that just 1k that some of these teams that fell out yesterday got. A little bit more extra in the pocket before they have to go back, but yes, AG Global are waiting for their next contender in that final bracket. It could either be Gold Dot Gaming or Fearless Esports Hong Kong. But for Gold Dot Gaming, we have Status in the Clash lane. We have the Precision that is Dot in the jungle. We have Cliche in the mid lane, Jun as the farm lane, and then Tenya as the roam. So we saw these play yesterday, Kin. How are we feeling about Gold Dot Gaming today?
Impressed, right? So I think they have a certain standards that they have reached already. So really excited to see whether they can even raise that bar even higher today, right? Because they have to. It is going up against Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Now, while we haven't seen them on the stage yet, we have known about their history, right? So Blem, you're telling me that they were a pretty strong team, second seed if I'm not wrong, if not the first. So expectations are high. But right now, it really boils down to, can they keep the composure against Fearless Esports?
Yeah, I mean, if we're going off the information that we know, that Fearless Esports Hong Kong beat AG Global 4-0 in their qualifier, but they were the only 2 teams in the Hong Kong Macau qualifier, and here are the teams. Here are the members of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Sorry, it is Xinlin. We have Dao Dao, Woodwind, Fable, and KK. So it is 2 new members on the side of Fearless Esports compared to their Season 1 roster, which was obviously Woodwind, Fable, and KK. They were all there in Season 1. So just like AG Global, they have 2 new members.
Yep, and you can tell, right? So the Hong Kong Macau region teams, I always feel like they're much more comfortable, right? They're always smiling, they're laughing, joking as well. So definitely not too stressed about the game. And I think that's the mark of a good team as well, right? When you're able to be a little bit more carefree, don't eat up too much of the pressure, because end of the day, it really comes down to not being paralyzed by stress. The ability to think on the spot is really critical because your decision making needs to be on point.
Yeah, it's like we always say, it's not a sprint, it's a race. When it comes in terms of just improving and whatnot, there is much to be gained for losing than there is winning. Obviously, everybody wants to be a winner, but that is not feasible. But going into Game 1 draft between Gold Dot Gaming and Fearless Esports Hong Kong, we see some very familiar bands. We have the Musashi, the Lady Jen, we have the Dachao, and the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, so huge burst, getting rid of the anti-heal properties as well. And this allows Gold Dot Gaming to really pick up the first pick, which is going to be the signature Doc Algren at this point. We've already seen how strong Doc is. He definitely understands how his role needs to be like. And I really like his aggressiveness, right? So Gold Dot Gaming, they're going to kick things off with the Algren.
Kick things off with the Algren, and Fearless Esports Hong Kong going to go for the Dolia. I believe this Dolia is probably the only second time within the Open Series Split 2 Pacific region that we've seen this hero actually meet it out of the ban phase, and then that is paired with the Ali. So when you see teams go for the red side, we generally either see them lock in their farm lane and support or go for a flex pick as well. But Fearless Esports knocking out both of their farm lanes and support straight away. But then looking over to Gold Dot Gaming, they go for the Hugh Huan, they go for the Princess Frost. So that only means that Algren is going to be in the Clash lane, right?
Yeah, for sure. So at this point, I like this because there is a lot of sustain coming up from GGUL Gaming's draft. At the same time, you can't underestimate the damage, right? We've already seen Yu Huan being placed. If placed into the correct hands, the damage is insurmountable. At the same time, for Fearless Esports Hong Kong, the fact that they've picked up this Dolia, I am expecting a Shangguang to come out because we've already seen how teams on the world stage have abused Shangguang's finishing strokes to really get the kills onto Allgrim. And this is where I think the Dun is going to make sense. And rightly so. GGUL Gaming, they take out the Shangguang.
Yeah, it's as if you've been watching this back in time. Is this second time watching this game, Kindofu? Are you a time traveler? Because that Shangguang call was pretty good. And then even it was that good that GGUL Gaming was like, gotta ban it, coach. I'm going against your word. I'm listening to Kindofu. I'm banning out that Shangguang, baby. But then that is also met with the Elaine ban as well as the Ming and Zhang Fei ban on the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. So a little bit of a mixed match of that last banning phase, more so on the side of GGUL Gaming. Fearless Esports are just trying to whittle down that support pool for themselves, but we could still see a Lian Po come through for the side of GGUL Gaming. Again, great initiation, great front line, and generally when paired with the Orgrin, it's either a counter for the Orgrin, but sometimes paired with Orgrin as well.
I mean, weren't you watching? I was coaching Falcons during the Esports World Cup. Joke aside, obviously it didn't really work out. But nonetheless, right, we're left with the last two picks coming in from GGUL Gaming. I like it. And okay, so looks like you've been doing some coaching as well. The Lianpo going to be in the hands of this side of GGUL Gaming, and this is going to be in conjunction with Direntia. So a lot of front-facing tanks and soaking abilities from the side of GGUL Gaming, and this is going to open up the map and the fights for both the Allgren and the DRNG to just lay the pain.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the first time we've actually seen DRNG actually be picked up here for the side of any of the teams within the Open Series. So that's pretty much 8 games and not a single DRNG yet. But GGUL Gaming are going to go for it because of, obviously, the ultimate, being able to lock into place a hero of your choice. Maybe, preferably not the early, because obviously Maple Dance can get rid of those projections, so it's going to be a bit useless if you don't feel confident with landing your ultimate as DRNG onto the early. But trying to just stop some sort of like engage, maybe from the Byron, maybe from Dune, could potentially come through for the side of GGUL Gaming. But interestingly enough, that last 2 picks onto the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong was the Heino and the Byron. So Heino in the mid lane. I believe this is the first time we've seen him in mid lane. He has been played in the jungle.
Yeah, Heino actually a very, very good pick here because with the Scepter of Fate, he will be able to burn down the Allgren. So Status needs to watch a little bit and just keep his distance because when Fable lands that Scepter of Fate, I believe it's going to be a very tough situation. And if you take a look at aggression coming in from Fearless Esports right away, Dao is already in the Crimson Golem area.
Yeah, I mean, GGUL Gaming already invaded at level 1, trying to sort of upset the jungle farm for the side of Fearless Esports. No. GGUL Gaming actually doing pretty well here.
Yeah, Woodwind will walk away with that 1%, but Singling, he's taking a huge risk here. It's a one-on-one. It is going to be First Blood. Fable, the one that's going to place Fearless Esports on the front foot in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, it kind of looked like a little bit of a miscommunication there between GGUL because we saw that Hu Huan was actually committed to start that level 1 engage, and then all of a sudden was just like, no, let's not go too far. And then Status was like, no, we will get this first blood. And then all of a sudden, Shinlin comes round as well for the Byron and takes down the Orgrim, which is probably a little bit of a miscommunication for GGUL Gaming.
Yep, also it was a huge bait, right? So Woodwind with the heals managed to bait him in far enough so that Fable was able to get the kill. Now, with that being said, this is a very slight goal lead, right? So about 500, 400 gold away. But Fearless Esports is the EXP that matters at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it plenty of times before with these teams. We're seeing a bit of an engage here.
Hang on, Status. Dao getting caught out in the middle for Unruly Blade. Will be used defensively. Gets out. Nobody dies just yet. And once again, Scepter of Fate laid down by Fable. And he is going to deter them from continuing all of this damage.
Fearless Esports living up to their name, just going into these engages like 4v4 and then just like, you know what, we'll just walk out of them without actually dying. Yes, we'll be battered. Yes, we will be bruised, but we're going to walk out anyway without losing a life.
Yeah, and this is an actual foreshadowing, right? Because if in the early stages of the game, you can't get the kill through these engages, it's going to be really tough later on. And at this point, I think it's pretty much even in the farm lane, and they're still maintaining this equilibrium for now. But they're both teams dancing on knife's edge.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more playfulness in this best of 3 compared to the last one we just saw. There was a clear domination between one of the teams of the last best of 3, whereas now it kind of seems a little bit more of a tit for tat, don't you think, Ken?
Well, the wraparound's going to happen. Dao going to catch his eyes onto Tenya. The anti-CC properties will be procced with the Tremor Smash, and it looks like they will not overcommit at this time.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a commitment issue here for these two teams. One of the teams is overly committed and the other is just not. And it's Fearless Esports that just aren't committed. They're like, yeah, we won't get them just yet. We'll wait for the perfect moment until they overcommit and we will undercommit, but we will neutralize that overcommitment and get the kill. But a bit of an engage.
Yeah, Fable going in against the Yuan Doc, forced to use his ultimate. Likewise, Fable will reset with the Fate Rewind. And now, this is not looking pretty because Fearless Esports Hong Kong will be able to take another fight shortly, and that's what's going to happen in the top lane. Status falling a bit low. Not a sight you expect to see going up such, at such an early timing in the game.
Yes, neutral objectives are now up. We're seeing Fearless Esports surrounding the Tyrant as well, so giving over that extra damage to the likes of the Ali, but big engage.
Oh, Doc, he tries for the smite, will not get it, but his farm lane will. June gets it done in the middle now. It is going to be Dao gets taken out. This is looking like a great fight for Gold Dog Gaming, but here comes the turnaround. June laying down the pain as well. Status joins in the fight. He will get the kill, and they get the cleanup as well. It's going to be a 2-for-2 even trades across the board, but it's Dao who takes the fall. So jungler for jungler, and mid for a Singling as a support. Mid as well.
Yes.
Wait, hang on. Crash.
The commitment issues was clearly ironed out there. Both of the teams finally decided to commit the right amount and go for a full-scale battle there. Both finishing on a 2-2 trade, which was really well. It was nice to see that Gold Dog Gaming was able to steal that neutral objective off the side of Fearless Esports. So Derenji just last hitting the Tyrant was probably what saved them in that last team fight.
Yep, you know what, Blam? This game is much closer than I think everyone has anticipated for. Even the comment section just now, they were saying it should be a walkover. But at this point, Gold Dog Gaming just holding their own. Here comes the Unruly Blade. Dao goes in, gets caught out, knocked up. They will not commit. Once again, I think it is just Fearless Esports maintaining the knowledge that let's not overstep our boundaries at this point.
Yeah, they've already seen that Gold Dog Gaming committed that
on the top lane 1v1. Singling
Yep.
gets taken down as Status gets a kill himself. It's going to be level 8 for him. He should have the EXP advantage as well.
Yeah, so again, 1v1 going into the favor of Status, kind of getting that revenge tour that he missed in that first part of the match. That level 1 invade, not quite going in his favor, but now he's level 8. Now he's got that his ultimate, got a few items built up there. Probably not a full complete item, but maybe some tier 2s coming through here for the side of Gold Dog Gaming. But it was enough to take down the Byron. Already a bit of an aggressive engage here for Fearless Esports in this mid lane.
Yep, and here's the strength of the Algren, right? So Status actually was 1 level below, and with the Seer State, he actually got that 4% health kill. Now, at this point, my expectations are that Fearless Esports, hang on, it is going to be an absolute deletion here, as the mid lane will be taken out. No, it's the jungle. Doc gets taken out, and right now, T1 being threatened as they're looking for more. Fearless Esports are truly fearless. They want more. They will not get it, but they get rewarded with a T1.
Yeah, they get the T1 in the mid lane, which I would probably argue is more important now going into the 7th minute into the game, now that they're opening up their enemy jungle. But for the side of Gold Dog Gaming, they do actually have the T2s in the side lane, so there'll be no more sort of like going back to safety for the side of Gold Dog Gaming. A little bit of a tussle here in the Crimson Golem.
Yep, so what's concerning here is that Fearless Esports are allowing Status to really just, progress with the split push, and finally, looks like they will try and stop this attempt.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the heroes you don't want to leave on his own, right? Orgren's got a fast wave clear. He's able to get out as well, so just parkour over the walls or just put down the bridge just to get that movement speed increase as well. So he's not kind of the person you want to be leaving there on his own just to be sort of like, oh, well, we can go and counter that at a later date. We'll think about that later on, but here we are.
Yeah, they commit the flash as well. It's a 2-on-1 status. He will not be able to hang on just yet. It is going to be a trade. He does bring someone down. And unfortunately for the side of Fearless Esports, they had to give away their farm lane. Down now in the middle of a 1v4. Going to be saved at this point by Woodwind as well as the defensive Unruly Blade.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of an overzealous attempt there in that clash lane because there was a huge minion wave at the T2 doing a lot of damage. It looks like something is brewing up here. They're trying to negate that minion wave so that GGUL Gaming don't try and take the fight.
It's not a good fight to take, and that's why they're going in. Fearless Esports, they look for the backlines as well. It is 4 members onto Cliché. He will be taken out shortly, and with this, it is going to be 6-4. Fearless Esports, they take 1 step forward. They're looking for another opening at this point, and here we go. It's another engagement. It is going to be Woodwind providing the heals, but at this point, the bigger objective is the Tyrant. Will they get it? It is secured, but can they get it out safely? Will not allow so. Singling going to be the first one to fall on the side of Fearless Esports, and here comes the turnaround. Yuan going to use the ultimate. The heals are coming in, but it is not enough. Here we go. KK gets the kill as Fable joins in the fray as well. They're looking for more. One more. The stun comes in, but Fable, he does have the Fate Rewind. Will be allowed to Fate Rewind just in time, and now the damage is going to start laying in on the side of Fearless Esports. They feel, hey, it is a win already. We have the advantage. Let's back out.
I think that has to be probably one of the longest brawls we've seen in the Open Series 2 just now, because that kind of went on for quite some time. It was around the Tyrant, it then finished, Tyrant was secured by Fearless Esports, and then we had a little bit more of a tussle between the Crimson Golem as well, and after all that, I feel like that definitely went into the favor of Fearless Esports Hong Kong because they have the minion waves pushed already. T2 not looking very healthy, but still another engage.
Dao getting caught out again. Here comes the Conductor. So he's going to get out with the Unruly Blade, but the damage is just too much to get the kill. GGUL Gaming, they're looking for more. One more. Woodwind. He's not going to survive for long as Status gets the kill. Status quo for the side of GGUL Gaming, but June falling a bit low in the mid lane. And on the back line, so Lianpo, he's going to try his life. He's going to pay for it as well. And it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade. So it's still even Stevens at this point. But Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they get rewarded with the Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, they're looking to try and take the lead within these neutral objectives right now, but you can kind of see that GGUL Gaming are trying to push that clash lane. They do procure the T2. Is that a solid trade for the Shadow Overlord now? Obviously, side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong have now got an 80 seconds increased damage. They have the lightning rod effect as well, but we are seeing an attempt here for the Shadow Overlord onto GGUL Gaming, which would really sit nicely into how their gameplay has been thus far. Just focusing the turrets, trying to take fights when they can. Maybe a little bit more of an overstep than usual, but here we go, Ken. We're having a bit of a tussle between the two teams.
Yep, the encroachment of vision working so well. The Yuan takes a fall. Doc is no longer in the fight as well. On the backlines, they're looking for more. Singling catches out Cliché. Can he get the kill? He's diving under the tower. It will be 2-3 kills for the side of Fearless Esports. Fearless indeed. They take a step forward and they crush GGUL Gaming at this 11-minute mark. They're still not done yet. It is Tenya who's falling a bit low. Will walk out. The lightning charge does not get the final hit, but they do push him all the way into the back of the base.
No.
Quarantine, there's no way out. Fearless Esports, they have the opening of their life. Tier 3 in the middle, opened up the base. Will be starting to look a little more barren at this point.
I think Shinlin has been learning a little bit from Snow, right? Those backline ganks really sorted out that team fight nicely, and we're still not done yet, Ken.
Yep, it is not the end of the fight. They are falling low. The Wavebreaker on the side of Woodwind. They get the heals down, but here comes Status, comes in. Conductor shows. Can they get the knockout? Premise Smash committed. It's not enough. Fearless Esports, they do it all. Cliché, the last one to fall as they rampage their way through. Fearless Esports Hong Kong win game number 1.
Yeah, not the cleanest victory, I would say, there from Fearless Esports Hong Kong. There was definitely a little bit of a struggle there between the two teams, GGUL Gaming as well, because we saw towards the start of the match, yes, there was some issues with overextending and stuff like that, but some of these team fights really seemed very even between these two teams.
Yep, and that's the strength, right, of the draft. That's because they have so many tanky heroes on the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Now, the concept behind GGUL Gaming, they wanted to have the extended fights. They needed the Yuan with the Doc to really provide the heals. But once Doc is out of the fight, it's pretty clear. It's a clear win for the side of Fearless Esports because no heals are coming, no damage is being done, and Status is not going to be having that longevity he's looking for.
Yeah, no, and I think it really helped towards the end there that looking at KK as well, really shining on the early pick, that 8, 1, and 5, pretty much amassing most of the items, especially that late game item, Daybreaker, coming through as well, just going to ramp up that damage, ramp up those kills securing, which we can see from his KDA. But then look at the goal difference between Jun and KK. This really shows how underwhelming Durenji can be in certain comps.
Yep, exactly. When the backline access is open, it's really scary, right? That's where Xingning was doing the best and the most work because he committed so many times the flash into his stuns, the sword strike, storm strike, sorry, catching out Cliché so many times, so there was never a moment of peace. You could never get the Frigid Prison on time, and when Cliché is dead, there's no one left to protect June because Tenya is forced to commit that Tremor Smash. He needs to go for the offense, right? The offense being the defensive measures didn't really work out for the side of GGUL Gaming this time.
Yeah, I mean, this gold graph really shows proves what we was talking about, right? There is a closer match here to be had because you can see at the majority of that game, it was very much towing the line between these two teams for majority of the game. He was the first upset for GGUL Gaming. We honestly thought First Blood was going to go over to them, but there was a little bit overzealous with their commitment. Maybe a little bit too confident with claiming the kill onto Woodwind, but Woodwind knew that he had the support from his guys on the side of Fearless Esports. But yeah, it's been a really interesting best of 3. I honestly think we could probably see if the draft is better, if we don't see that Durenji come through, if we see Tenya not overstepping with the Liempo and trying to play a little bit more around their marksman, we could see a full best of 3 in this series.
Yeah, for sure, man. At this point, I think Fearless Esports, they just know their limits a little bit better compared to what GGUL Gaming have, right? So I think this could be due to the lack of experience. Once again, this is teams that have competed against world-class teams. So you can definitely see the marker of difference here.
Yeah, I mean, just in the Byron plays alone, right? I mean, this plays very much a mirror image to Snow, that MO of just going straight into the back of the line there, but it's kind of like a golden opportunity. If you know that your Liempo is overstepping or pretty much damaged to the point of no return, then you know you can go in safely with that Byron pick. And here we have KK as the Game 1 MVP, rightfully deserved, with 106k damage kid. Woo! And then 8 kills to 1 death. That is something else.
Yeah, exactly. The timing of the lift steps as well as the maple dance, just to cancel out a couple of these skills coming in from the side of GGUL Gaming, proved to be really the difference maker in this game number 1. So now we know how Fearless Esports Hong Kong operates. Let's see, can GGUL Gaming really figure out a formula or a solution in the shortest amount of time? Because we will be taking a short break later on after this. But is it enough time for GGUL Gaming to really recover? That's the big question here.
It's the big question that will probably be answered after the break. So we'll see you very soon. Don't go anywhere, chat.
Now the ultimate from Redsky, but hey, it doesn't matter. I can be on target.
Очень плохо получается со скачка. И там минус 2, скорее всего, будет. Как же Юнин раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
Jinx, so Jinx's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we're just seeing here with AB8 perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
In the meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr, rescue!
Welcome back. That was a big and massive game now between Fearless Esports Hong Kong and GGUL Gaming. Now it is time. 2 minutes of rest. Is that enough time to formulate a winning strategy?
I think it's a bit of a breather, a little bit more oxygen to go to the brain to kind of think about this draft on the side of GGUL Gaming and think about some of the mistakes they made in that game one. But it doesn't go to say that Fearless Esports didn't make any mistakes either. I feel like that these two teams are very close in terms of skill. It's just all about how they capitalize on the other team's downfall. And I think that's what we're going to see again repeat in game two.
Yep, so it's really the minor mistakes that have separated the early game status, right? And from there, of course, if you give any of these teams an advantage, they will take it and they will run with it. So we have this time on the blue side, Fearless Esports Hong Kong going to ban out the Da Qiao, and GGUL Gaming going to take away the Mai.
Yep, I think it's back to my prior ban for these teams because they've seen how AEG play it. They don't want to see that come through whoever goes into the final brackets, especially with the best of 5. But Dolia getting banned, that's no surprise on the side of GGUL Gaming. And then obviously the Zhou, Zhongfei as well, still leaves open plenty of prior picks here for Fearless Esports. They could go for the Orgren, they could go for the Ali.
Yep, and they will, right? So once again, they open up the early, and it's going to be snap picked by KK. Now, bear in mind, this is a MVP performance in game number 1 by KK, and they have allowed it once again from the side of GGUL Gaming.
Yes, they've given him back over to KK, the MVP of game 1 for those new in the chat and tuning in for the first time. That KK on the Ali went 8-1-5 and did something crazy like 109k damage. But looking over to GGUL Gaming, they're going for a little bit more of a lockdown, a little bit more of a shot calling pick for potentially, yes, their support role, which is the Mutsu and the Lady Jen. So a little bit weird combo to go for because these are not flex picks. And from what we saw from earlier tournaments is that Red side like to go for one solid pick and one flex pick, but neither of these are going to be a flex pick. We know where these both heroes are going, but over to the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they have now just locked in their jungle and their mid lane.
Yep, so we are kind of transitioning into a horror game at this point because Yu Huan with Angela, the stuns, the damage,
so
and
much
the burst,
damage. Yeah.
Very
So
scary,
much.
right? So the potential of Fearless Esports Hong Kong, we can definitely see it from here right on out. Now, GGUL Gaming, they will go back to comforts. The Orgren pick, I don't think was any mistake. Really good. So I think the premise behind the Mortar and Lady Chen is just to buy as much time and try to get a CC down so they can actually make full use of the CS state from the Orgren.
Yeah, I mean, the Lady Chen is probably one of the biggest picks that Cliché's gone for so far. So yes, we've only had like 2 games previously of GGUL Gaming, but both of those games in the mid lane was Lady Chen for Cliché. But a really weird off-the-cusp ban there is the Liang for GGUL Gaming. Is that something that we don't know about that Fearless Esports Hong Kong were planning to pick? But I feel like there's too much mage, too much range if they're aiming for the Liang within that composition, right?
One of the things that people underestimate for the side of Liang is that when he lays down his words, it is actually quite powerful, quite painful as well. The damage over time cannot be ignored. And bear in mind, the 2 skill sets with his first skill as well as his ultimate, it does provide a lot of CC. It cancels out number 1 Ogren, it cancels out Mortar as well. So it's a situation that you don't want to be in because it's too disruptive.
It is too disruptive, but like we don't normally see that get like considered previously, so it's kind of like an off-the-cusp one. It must be something that Fearless Esports Hong Kong have either played in scrims or played recently, but not in the open series, it seems. But yeah, I mean, I suppose it's a viable pick, right? Coach clearly is like, yo, maybe we should take that off the cards just in case, but they go for the Elaine and the Yarria. So Yarria paired with the Ali is going to give those little brief knockups and obviously a lot of shield with that ultimate.
Yeah, Verdant Protector is going to be absolutely vital for the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Now, the big concern here on the side of GDG for GGUL Gaming is, do they have enough damage? Because as it stands now, I don't think they have enough damage. They need someone else to be able to deal the pain. GGUL Gaming, too much damage over time at this point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you look at Fearless Esports compared to GGUL Gaming, the only damage we're going to really see is going into that late game is the Lung, right? But you've got a team on the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. You have Elaine, which we know has been used as a fantastic initiation, as well as the Hugh Huan in the jungle as well. Such great sustain, such great healing. They have the shield capabilities from the Yarria. They have the CC immunity from the Angela. If you place that Angela very well into a team fight, not only is she going to be able to just blazing brilliance that minion wave, she's just going to blast your team. And there's just so much damage on the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong.
Yep, it might seem a little insignificant, but the Wandering Beam coming out from the Yarria could be the difference maker. But whoa, what a nice cannon blast there. Good start.
Yep, great phase check there for the side of GGUL Gaming. I didn't expect anything less because we do see a lot of those cannon blasts head into that brush, and we see a lot of members of your opponents always go into that brush. It's never kind of the left side, it's always the right side, expecting your enemy's farm lane to try and rotate up and help there. But are they going back down to the farm lane now to try and get some more gold? Because we saw KK in the last game was able to be very resourceful, able to get those items. It was even able to get a Daybreaker. I think it was the first Daybreaker we've seen in the entire tournament. But Ken?
Oh, KK, yep, he is falling a bit low. No killing blow just yet, right? But some slight advantage going to the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong simply because they've stolen away camps from the side of GGUL Gaming.
Yes, and we can already see that it's very minor in terms of the gold difference, 400 gold, but we're already seeing Orgren going into the other side of the jungle now, going for the Azure Golem, but a bit of a more clash for clash here in the farm lane once more. Very active farm lane in game 2.
They have to be, because they have to shut down KK. After that first game MVP performance, it is absolutely paramount they find and try to stifle his growth. Now at this point, it looks like Doka's going on a 2-on-2 against Dao Dao here. Gonna try the Death's Precipice as he goes in. One-on-one is the one that we're looking for. Singling against Status. Can they go in? Death at Sunset. Can he get the final kill? Execute? No, he doesn't even need it. Did he take Execute? No, he didn't. So he went for Frenzy, I believe. I can't really tell. But nonetheless,
yeah.
Sprint. Okay, first a blood going in for the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong and GGUL Gaming. They need to find something. They need to find something now.
Yep, they don't want to be leaving themselves on the back foot this early in the game. We're on 2 minutes into the second game of this best of 3, potentially the last game for GGUL Gaming. They need to do something. They need to try and take advantage of taking down KK on the early. They don't want to be feeding this player right now, but just in true fashion, Fearless Esports getting that first blood on the board into the barrel lane, but quite a bit going on here, Ken.
Yeah, not enough here. Woodwind will be able to survive, and here it is, a big kill for the side of DAO. Kenya forced to back off, and the support is coming in, not for the side of GGUL Gaming. It is going to be from Fearless Esports. Blazing brilliance. Fable lays down the pain, and Fearless Esports take another step forward, 3-0.
3-0, we see the GGUL Gaming status, and Doc was a little bit late on the rotation there. They decided to stay up to that side of the Clash Lane map. But again, 3 kills going over to the side of Fearless Esports already puts them into a steady running for winning this game 2, right? They already ahead with kills, already ahead with the gold, almost getting to that... was at one point almost 2k gold difference going into that 3rd minute, which is very, very early for one of these teams.
Yep, you can already see the Stone of Sorcery being built into the Angela's hand. So Fable does have some burst damage. Here we go. It's going to be a 2-on-1 against the likes of Status. He will not be able to survive this for sure. DAO rewards himself with the kill, with the goal, with the EXP as Fearless Esports. They are just that much better.
Just that much better, or that much fearless. We are yet to make that a surmised outcome, but we are seeing the neutral objectives have just spawned here for the sides of these teams, and it looks like GGUL Gaming is able to secure the Tyrant, but there is a little bit more of a clash here. Fearless Esports going to pick up some kills.
Yep, Doc going to use that Conductor of Souls to try and go in, but the damage is too much. Doc is falling low. It's going to be killed off by the side of Singling. That's not just done yet. GGUL Gaming, they lose 2, they lose 3, and the mid lane T1 is at risk as well. It is all about Fearless on call.
Yep, already approaching that T1 just after the 4-minute mark. Yes, they lose the Tyrant, but hey, we've taken your T1. That means we can have full regards to your jungle as well, which unfortunately for the side of GGUL Gaming means that KK can get some more resources under his belt. And right now, KK's 3.2 compared to the 2.8k onto the side of GGUL Gaming. Not the biggest difference, but we can see the Doomsday's already been built, these attack speed boots as well. So it's already starting to shape up for a deadly game here. But come on, kids, some more action.
Yep, they will go for Shay as well. He's going to be taken out instantly. Nobody dies just yet on the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. It is going to be the Conductor of Souls, but it is not enough. Too little, too late. 4 members on the middle of the members on the side of GGUL Gaming. And here we go. The Infinite Vastness burnt defensively. There is no stopping Fearless Esports Hong Kong.
Yeah, no, not only have you got all the action going on into the Clash Lane, you can see that KK's already pretty much led his little sheep of minions to the T2. Is it going to be enough? I don't think Lady Jen's going to get there in time to wipe out the minions, but some more kills as well.
Yep, huge burst. We don't even have time to talk about it at this point. Fearless Esports just running rampant. And once again, camp stolen, camp after camp. GGUL Gaming, they just can't catch a break.
Yeah, they're definitely being starved here, but there may be some hope of a kill here or some resemblance of kills. There is still a potential fight here. Hugh1 deep in.
Yep, they're trying to push them back, but Doc is in the middle, front-facing onto 4, 5 members on the side of Fearless Esports. Here comes the flank as well. KK comes in, gets the kill, takes all the credit as they walk 1 step closer towards the crystal on the side of GGUL Gaming. Here we go, Blazing Brilliance. Not going to hit the mark just yet, but they push them back even further. GGUL Gaming, what can they do?
I mean, you can try and see what Status is trying to do, right? Just trying to sort of dampen the perfect game here for Fearless Esports, but still a lot of action going on here. Was able to wipe out that minion wave. Minions are at the T2 in the mid lane, and Status wasn't successful at taking a turret.
Yep, 9,000 gold at a 7-minute mark. Look at the itemization coming in. They already have this Frost Scar Embrace coming in for DAO. Not only that, we are very close to the Savant's Wrath on Fable as well. If you thought his burst was big, you have to watch out in what, 1 or 2 minutes time.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the Burning Cape coming through for Xinling as well, and he's gone for the Sparked Forge Dagger just to give a little bit more of a range on his attacks, and here we go.
All right, the stun comes in, think inside the box, instantly cancel. T3 in the mid and the top being threatened at this point. It is going to be an open base in the middle lane. Now, GGUL Gaming, they're going to try, but there's one more wave on the top side as well. Powerful passing, can they get more? At this point, Tenya gets caught out. Blazing Brilliance, a rampage coming in for the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. That's not all. It's going to be 2 kills as Status going to be forced to move away. Death Precipice not going to do too much at this point. They can only try, but time is running. Time is ticking. It is Status and Doc as they come in. 2 on 5. No one else survives on the side of GGUL Gaming. It is just Status left all alone. 1 against 4, 1 against 3, but the base is gone. It is game number 2 for Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Congratulations, our next grand finalist.
Yes, Fearless Esports taking a fearless game 2. It kind of paints a false picture of game 1 for me now, Kim, because it makes me think that Fearless Esports Hong Kong were just playing with their food. They were like, let's not play 100%. Let's just try and see what these actually can do when we decide to play a little bit sloppy. And that's what it seems like to me, is that's what game 1 was all about now, right? It was just showing that, hey, we've allowed you to take some punches onto us, but now we're just not going to allow any of that. The starving of the camps, the aggression, no deaths onto the side of Fearless Esports, even though they had no minions at the crystal, and Hugh Huan was in there just taking the damage, healing herself. Minions came through, still didn't die.
Yep, that's where the melody of peace makes so much sense, right? At the same time, this Angela by Fable, very huge pick, because that allowed them to steal so many camps away from the side of GGUL Gaming. And if you take a look at the growth of items, this time KK, muted a little bit, 6,700 gold, but 3-0-3. But this game for me is just Sing Ling's game, man. 5-1-6. The amount of times he dove into the backlines, used his death at sunset so perfectly, and just 2 core items, right? The Sparkforged Dagger along with the Burning Cape, that did so much damage across the board for the likes of GDG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw First Blood go over to the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong into the clash lane, and I gotta give props to Dao Dao as well. 4-0-10 and 7k to the enemy's 4.25k, which is pretty huge considering the fact that how starved they made GGUL Gaming in that game too. Just constantly denying their jungle, always going into their jungle, being able to take their T1 in the mid lane very early as well. Just really made a difference in that one. And already just looking at this gold graph, we saw for quite some time in game 1 that it was very much teetering on the edge of that first line, that 0 mark, right? This time, it just was steady. It was just steady incline onto the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong.
Yep, looks like a lot of the games start off with the win in the clash lane, right? The 1v1s, then it trickles down where the jungle then gets to abuse the fact that now there's an open lane, and every single time it was never a honest one-on-one, right? So GGUL Gaming, they wanted a fair fight, but Fearless Esports, they know what's up. They will never give you a free fight at this point. Look at this damage that they're laying down. Dao Dao just had the best game of his life.
He really did, honestly, just showing full control, not of only his jungle, but the entire jungle of the Gorge. It was like, hey, this is all mine. We are playing a board game here, and I am dominating all of these territories that you should own, but just aren't owning for yourself. So, hey, I'm going to take over and just claim them for myself.
Yep, the fact that they have a Yaria, right? So I like this pick because Woodwind offers Fable so much mental security. It takes away a lot of stress, right? All he has to do is to on his Blazing Brilliance, and he gets to stand there. And every time he lands his Chaos Cinders, it's so painful for the side of GGUL Gaming. And like I said, Dao Dao, this is the MVP of the game. 68.8 thousand damage. I mean, Blam, I know you are a jungler, right? What kind of performance did Dao Dao put up today?
A fantastic performance. I mean, clearly showed domination, like I just said. It was not just owning his own camps, he was owning the whole of the Gorge. And you can really show there with total gold for 7k for the very short amount of time on the Gorge. I believe it was around about 8-minute mark. But then also doing 4 kills, 0 deaths, and 10 assists really shows that Hugh Huan is not only a very troublesome in terms of damage, but can also assist your team very well.
Yep, so this sets the stage for us. It is going to be a Hong Kong-Macau region final here. AG Global going up against Fearless Esports Hong Kong. You mentioned there was a 4-0 scoreline, and I feel like we have a quote where revenge is best served cold.
Absolutely. I mean, it's 4-0 in the qualifiers, but they were only 2 teams. So was it AG Global just messing around? We will yet to see, because we are going to go for a short break, guys, before we get into our finals match to see who we're going to crown the king of the Open Series Pacific region and see who's going to go through to play for the KC play-ins against the other Pacific region team. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you for the finals.
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Liu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Liu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Liu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Liu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
Baiting out the ultimate from Redsky. But hey, it doesn't matter. I can be on target.
Очень неплохо получается со скачка. Это минус 2, скорее всего, будет как и Юнин раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
Jing, so Jing's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we just see in here with AB8, perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
In the meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series Split 2. We are live with the Grand Finals. It's been a arduous 2 days, but we are now here between both teams being hailing from Hong Kong and Macau region. So it is going to be the rematch of the qualifier.
That's right. Now, for those of you that don't know, apparently there was a 0-4 scoreline in favor of Fearless Esports Hong Kong during the qualifiers, right? So right now, I think AG Global definitely has some things to prove. At the same time, it's more money in the bank if they take this win.
Well, it's more money in the bank and it's more prosperous to fight for because they have a chance to play and win the KC play-in. So whichever team goes ahead after this will be facing against Scars and Nongshim as well to try and secure a place into the KC tournament 2024. But just looking at this bracket, you can see these journeys that all these teams have made. It's not been easy. Fearless Esports got a little bit lucky with that quarterfinals one, but they're here for the semifinals and they've proven themselves this time around. But this is their last proving point. We'll be trying to take down AG Global.
Yeah, you know, we were reading the comments in the various social media platforms as well. Looks like we have very big support for both teams as well. Now, let's kick things off with AG Global. They will be represented by Qingling in the support roam, Zeiss in the farm lane, Ertian in the mid, Zhou K in the jungle, and of course, our superstar player, Snow, in the Clash lane.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how Snow and Fearless Esports, it's Xinling, isn't it? Xinling in the Clash lane, how they go head-to-head in that Clash lane, to be honest. And there he is. He got MVP of the last game, I believe it was. No, first game, and then Dao Dao is the second game MVP. So MVP worthy in that Clash lane. We have Xinlin, we have Dao Dao, we have Woodwind, Fable, and KK. KK obviously shining on the early in game one as well. So there is an element of this could be very close, or AG Global just didn't quite turn on the heat in the qualifier to this Open Series Split 2.
Yeah, so it's really of a curious situation for me. But let's put the facts into the books here. It's going to be AG that bans out the Musashi and Lady Chen for good measure, right? Because they have picked up the Ogren as the first pick. We don't want anti-healing. We don't want crowd control.
Yes, Ogren going over to All Gamers Global this time, which is going to be interesting because I don't think they've... Yes, they picked the Ogren first game yesterday as well, so it is no stranger to the AG Global roster. They pick up the Ali as well because Ali survived that first ban wave. They go for the Princess Frost, which used to be their previous mid lane's go-to hero, but now Ertian is now going to try and live up to the boots of Lived on the Princess Frost. And then we look over to Fearless Hong Kong, Fearless Esports Hong Kong, sorry, the Dolia, the Hugh Huan, and the Angela. So going for a little bit of the same Sungan Dads from game 2.
Yep, it's a very potent combo, right? So once Angela gets the stuns, it's going to be really difficult to deal with on the side of AG. We've already seen the likes of even the Ogren getting melted down, right? With that full combination from Fable's Angela. Now, with this being said, this is a saving grace, right? Ali on Zeiss, he will be able to use the Maple Dance to kind of cancel a couple of the moves, namely the Chaos Cinders and maybe Tragic Beauty coming in from the Yuhuan as well. But it's all timing dependent. And if you take a look at the bans itself, they don't want to deal with the Zhang Fei on the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. That shield is going to be very vital in the fights.
Oh, so Fearless Esports go for the Ho Yi, which paired with the Dolia means you not get one Blazing Sun Arrow, you get two. So you get a Blazing Sun Arrow and you get a Blazing Sun Arrow, which could be vital with setting up some of these great engages for Fearless Esports Hong Kong, but they are still lacking their Clash lane. It's going to be interesting to see who they go for, if they go for the Elaine again or the Byron. But over to the side of AG, they do ban out the Long and the DRNG. So again, they banned out two marksmen, but they still had a backup on the side of Fearless Esports.
Oh, I like this. Picks from coming out from the side of AG Global, the Mayin as well as the Lianpo. So Lianpo are going to be going into the support roam role. So like we mentioned before, this Ma Yin does have an absolutely long-range touch. Now, this means instant access into the backlines as well, together with the Lian Po. So it's going to be tough for KK, right? Hou Yi is not exactly the most mobile character, but with the composition they have, there's plenty of heals as well.
There is plenty of heals, and Ma Yin is no stranger on Xinling up in the Clash lane as well. No, Snow, sorry, in the Clash lane, because we've seen him play it in 2 out of 4 games so far. So not a stranger to it, and it looks like that Xinling's going to pick up the lane, who is no stranger to this one as well. A great performance on the lane in one of the previous games. So I imagine the Clash lane is going to be very, very fun. But just to echo your point that Ma Yin is going to be able to access those backlines, which is what Fearless Esports Hong Kong are going to watch out for.
Yeah, we have already seen the flank plays, right, coming out from Snow. But more importantly, in the first portion of the game, maybe the first 3 minutes, that's where the marker where Xingling needs to be extremely careful. We've already seen, you know, Snow take so many first bloods across the multiple games that AG Global have showcased across the board. So at this point, they must take perfect care of how they position and when they go aggressive.
Yeah, whether it be something that Fearless Esports Hong Kong is going to focus is the fact of their Clash lane being one of their strongest players, one of their most improved, like I said, after their victory of their first win today. But a lot of engage going on into the mid lane, just trying to clear and get priority. But it looks like Fearless Esports was able just to clear that minion wave a little bit faster.
Yeah, input, a mistake input, maybe Fable actually uses Flash super early on.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that means that he's going to have little means to escape, especially when Orgrin gets to level 4 as well. You can only hope that he gets that flash on cooldown before Orgrin gets to level 4 as well.
Yeah, at the same time, Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they have established a small lead for themselves, right? They have stolen one of the Tusk boar camps, and it's going to dwindle the farm and EXP for Zhouke for a little bit. But we'll see what's the recovery like for AG Global.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too much of a pit in the tracks of AG Global, but we shall see, like you said. But currently, it's very, very tamed sort of team fight. Well, 2v2s in this mid lane. It looks like Orgrin's going to try and upset that motion in the ocean. And we have Liempo going in, so Xinling there going into the back line, trying to do some damage onto Woodwind. There is a 3v3 potentially going on in the mid lane, but it looks like they're just going to prioritize taking these minion waves and just making sure they nullify. But oh, the cinders come through. The damage goes on to Tien. Is that not going to be enough? No, Fearless Esports just missing out that blood onto the side of AG Global. The Blazing Brilliance does come through, and that is going to be enough to take down Zhouke on the side of AG Global.
Yep, a small misstep, but it's going to be Fearless Esports Hong Kong that capitalize off of it. Now, it's only 2 minutes in the game, and it's 1 kill. So first blood going to the side of Fearless Esports, but this does help them in the EXP and gold department. Now, the kill went over to the Dole here. So Woodwind, okay, you know, free gold, sure.
Yeah, more so bragging rights on getting first blood right, rather than like, hey, our support got first blood. That gold really could have got over to our mid lane or jungle, but hey, Dolia got it anyway.
Yeah, and I like this. Zhouke, oh, hang on, it's the one-on-one here. So Snow not going to give an easy game to Xingling as we expected from the start.
Yes, no, it's looking like Snow's just trying to play a little bit calm and collective, it seems. He's not had much engage onto Xinling into the Clash lane, and it's showing here that he just wants to sort of give his time to shine, just get that pop-off moment that he's waiting for, not to try and sort of underestimate his teammate in his lane.
Yeah, no. Snow, he does have the 1 level advantage, but Xingling, when he hits level 4, hang on.
Oh, the Blazing Brilliance from downtown goes on to Tien, and then it's the Blazing Brilliance from Fable that was able to claim a kill. So The kill that should have gone over to Fable in the first place, that went over to Dolia, has now gone over to Fable. So resources finally going in the right place. And speaking of resources, they're at 10.9k to 9.5, which isn't a lot, but it's still a lead you'd rather be ahead of right now. And you can see some of these itemizations starting to fall through. We have a lot of the boots being built here, some of the second tier items as well. But neutral objectives are now on the board. We see a lane dipping down to the mid lane, hopefully to give some assist to the Tyrant, but it's looking like Fearless Esports don't need it. We have Joke into the back. He's not able to counter the smite there, but here we are. We're having big knockups from the side of AG. That is a 1-1 trade. Joke doesn't have a means to get out there. He exhausted his second skill, but he's able to get out now, but he's on the run from Xin Ling. That is a double kill for Snow as well. So a lot of a bait and switch there, really focusing the attention away from Xin Ling, because if Xin Ling stayed in that team fight, that could have gone completely different for AG.
Yeah, they got a little bit too greedy at this point, and it's being punished once again.
Yes, Mayin with a bit of a flurry of attacks there. The blazing sun arrow comes through, doesn't quite land onto anybody. I think the Maple Dance actually cancelled that out because it was actually going into the direction of Liam Pope, but he didn't get stunned. So I could only assume from off-map knowledge that the Maple Dance saved him.
He actually used the burst ram to get rid of it with the anti-CC properties here. The split fight really makes so much sense, right? Joke did so well allowing the space for Snow to come in, get the jump in on the backlines as well. And not only did he pull them in deeper towards the line of AG, he himself survived. And look at the farm that Zeiss has got on his hands now.
Yes, plenty of farm on Zeiss' hands, and that's not where... And KK knows this firsthand, right, is that if you give over the farm all the way to the early, it's going to be troublesome, but Joke is able to dodge that Blazing Sun Arrow. The Blazing Brilliance comes through, so that's 2 ultimates being burnt through, but we do know we have a Dolia that's able to give over another ultimate because she is so generous, but nothing quite happening in that mid lane just yet. No conclusion between two of these teams.
Yep, it's really more of like burning resources at this point. Path of Passing going to be laid down by Joke, really just to get vision and hopefully not get the stun, and Fable looking for more.
Yes, Dao is going in for the engage as well. The Blazing Brilliance does come through and takes a lot of damage onto the Lee and Poe. We know that Angela is an anti-tank hero, and to pair it against Liam Poe with that Blazing Brilliance is going to be a brilliant move here, and looking pretty low. The Blazing Sun Arrow does come from downtown, but doesn't hit anybody once more onto the side of AG Global, but Joke is looking like, no, sorry, Zaze was in trouble there and gets taken down by Dao.
Yeah, unfortunate, but it is still Fearless Esports. They just want to put the pressure onto the side of AG Global, and I have to say it's working thus far.
Yeah, they just have a lot of pressure with the likes of the Angela as well. All they need to do is just lay down some of those Burning Cinders, lay down some of that Blazing Brilliance, and you're already starting off a team fight with your tank at pretty much half health as well. So they've got to try and find a way, that is AG Global, to navigate these future team fights. But T1 down in the mid lane is very vital, but it looks like Fearless Esports is looking for another T1 in the farm lane, and where they could potentially lose their T1 in the mid lane here, because AG's already done a lot of damage onto that T1, but the Blazing Sun Arrow does come through once more. Is it going to land onto Mayin? Nope, it missed.
Yep, it's going to be about positions, right, in the map. You can see Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they want to try and establish some control and, more importantly, some vision as they're going to start working on the Overlord.
Yeah, so looking to try and take up their second neutral objective from AG Global, and they were able to, so both Overlord and Tyrant going over to the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Joke and Xingling here in the mid lane. Ertien trying to drop that. Winter is coming, but the Untargetable comes through from Dao. So a great counter to that engage.
Yep, if you take a look at the itemization, you have the double Sparkforge Dagger. That's going to be quite damaging against the likes of AG Global, because simply they have a lot of iframes and nobody will kind of get chunked down really fast on the side of Fearless Esports. But they're going to give it a try. AG looking for an opening.
Yes, here comes the Blazing Sun Arrow. Oh, okay. The CC immunity comes through for the Liempo, basically nullifying that Blazing Sun Arrow once more. Not quite landing the way that they should do, but a little bit more moving the camera over to the backside of that Crimson Gold. And we see that Mayin's taking a 1v1 onto the lane, into the backside. But there we go. That is a triple man knockup for Liempo, but Joke is getting too much damage taken onto him. That is not going to be enough for them to not escape with the Ogryn. So again, Fearless Esports with another kill to their name, almost 2k gold as well.
Yep, it's all about the heals, the peels, and that is going to allow AG's blood to be spilled at this point. And this is opening up the map so much for KK. He has only died the once, and he's already at 5.3 thousand gold.
Yeah, it's not the place you want to be in, right? I mean, it's very close for both Zaze and KK, but Zaze is not quite popped off yet. He's only still sitting on that 1 kill, whereas the same as for KK, he's offering a lot of across the map utility with the Blazing Sun Arrows, but he's also playing macro very well.
Yep, he just needs that Eternity Blade, right? At this point, Zaze won't be able to really teamfight that much. They don't offer enough damage at this point on the lineup for the side of AG Global. So it's a risk, right? Because at this point, Fearless Esports Hong Kong, I think they can do a little bit more to try and get more structural damage done. And if they don't do this quick enough, AG Global are going to bite back, because once they have the damage, it's pretty hard to fight into their lineup.
Yeah, the team fights definitely towards the mid to late game are going to be a lot more stronger, but it's just counting on Xinlin to be in the right place at the right time with this Liempo. Gets a double knockup with the CC immunity from the Angela's Blazing Brilliance. Is not going to allow that Angela to be knocked up, but what is My Ian comes into the backline. Snow with the same MO with the backline takedown, but Fearless Esports have the recipe to counter the Snow by melting it with the Hao Yi.
Yep, it is fire melting the ice at this point. It's looking like there's more free kills on the board for the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. A very strong showing, right? This is not what I expected out of AG Global. But hey, props to Fearless Esports. They are really making the composition work for themselves.
Yeah, both teams currently on an unblemished record, so somebody's record's about to be blemished in this game 1, right? But so far, AG Global are definitely playing on the back foot. They have only 1 T2 turret remaining. They have none of the neutral objectives. All objectives are going over to the side of Fearless Esports. But is this AG Global just being a little bit cordial, a little bit respectful, and seeing what Fearless Esports can do in game 1? Or is this the Fearless Esports we've been waiting for since day 1?
Well, looks like they're going to go for a technical pause. My thoughts on this, I think Ertian has not hit that damaging mark just yet, right? So Frozen Breath in his kit, but there needs to be more. Right now, there's just really not enough damage being offered by the side of AG Global. And you can tell that Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they are just taking full advantage of this lack of damage.
They definitely are. I mean, the team fights are going so heavily in their favor. It kind of seems like it's just unfavorable for the side of AG Global. They're just not being able to get in there. The Liempo is not serving the way it should do. We normally see massive engages, especially paired with the Ogryn as well. Ogryn being able to sustain and soak a lot of damage, and then Liempo with the triple knockups. But when you've got the likes of Angela that's able to just CC immune for the Blazing Brilliance, but then doesn't have to worry about being sparse with her ultimate, because Dolly can just give her another one.
Yeah, you know, at this point, like I mentioned, I really think as the game goes on later, this combination will start to show its true value, right? Like you mentioned, I think the Liempo, Qingli has been catching quite a few people on the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. But it's just the lack of damage, right? So what if you catch 4? So what if you catch 5? There's no one on the lineup of AG Global that has hit their power spikes just yet.
Yeah, you are correct there, Kin, but it depends if they're going to allow that to activate on the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong, because right now they've done a great job to push them so far back to the high ground turrets in the mid lane and into their farm lane. They've only got the T2 in the clash lane that can kind of just maybe give a little bit of pressure onto the side of AG Global. It able to get that macro play from what we've seen with Zaze is being pretty far away from these team fights, just trying to get some dominance in these lanes, but it's then shortly met by the neutral objective being secured by Fearless Esports Hong Kong, and then being able to drop down the Shadow Overlord just to stop that effort.
Yeah, it's a race against time, right? So at this point, you can see where Snow comes in. Snow is still trying his signature flanks, and it is still happening, right? But at this point, I think Snow is still struggling to find out where KK is. But the moment he gets his hands on the KK, you could potentially see a big swing in the fights for the side of AG Global.
Yeah, it looks like we've been given the okay signs there from Etienne, so we are going back ahead here now, and it's looked like that the T2 is still standing. The Shadow Overlord is still standing as well.
Yep, and if you take a look at the itemization, the range is going to be increased for the side of KK. They want to take this fight far away. They want to make sure that he will not be identified and found out by Snow with that flank move.
Yeah, we see that Angela's trying to phase check those bushes there just to make sure that Snow is nowhere to be seen and no ganks to be had onto the side of Fearless Esports. But we're already seeing the side lanes both have that minion wave there as well as the mid lane, so it's going to force a fight somewhere. And it looks like it's going to take place here in the mid lane, as they already see that the minions are taking the T2 up into the clash lane, so no T2 standing for AG Global. But the blazing brilliance onto Snow is just too powerful here for AG Global, as they are looking to lose the high ground turret on the farm lane here because they have no front line. Xin is just a little bit too damaged to try and save the high ground turret, and if he just went in there to die, that death spawn timer is going to be a little bit too long here. But again, we're seeing another engage here for the blazing brilliance, just doing so much burst damage onto Etienne. So down goes Princess Frost, down goes the mid high ground turret, and hello, this is the Crystal call in. We need backup, but there is no backup from AG Global. They have taken the first round. Fearless Esports Hong Kong already 1-up to AG Global.
What a game. I mean, the draft just really made sense. They played to their strengths, right? They protected KK extremely well, allowing for that Burning Sun arrow to fly in at the utmost, most surprising times against the likes of AG Global. They never knew when the arrows were flying in. And that really caused the downfall because they caught people like Snow, who were the major win condition. He was the one that was supposed to do the catching out of people, but he got caught out instead.
Yeah, it's clear that AG Global needs some kind of sky scanner when Ho Yi is being drafted, because the amount of blazing sun arrows, the amount of blazing brilliance, just so much blazing on the side of Fearless Esports was just, it was almost unnerving, right? Because you had to kind of premeditate where these arrows and these rays were coming from, but just there was quite a lot of CC immunity though on the side of AG that was able to negate that, like the Maple Dance, like the Bash from Liam Poe as well, but just not enough for Etienne, because Etienne was caught out quite a few times by it.
Yep, exactly. I mean, at this point, Fearless Esports Hong Kong, too hot to handle, right? The Void Staff coming in, making it clutch because of the magical penetration. Along with that, we also had that tankiness, but damage dealing. Curasa Savagery on Singling. Add that on with the Blood Rage when it's activated with additional damage, and with the Sparkforge Dagger, too much pain and too much heat for the side of AG Global to kind of handle. You know, Zeiss, he did his best. It's a pretty respectable scoreline, 1-1-2, right, for the KDA. They get the Crimson Reaper with the Eternity Blade as well as the Doomsday. So there is shred, there is crit, but they just could never touch the members on the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. If you notice later on in the highlights, Dao was always in the front lines along with Singling. They were the ones soaking in the damage, but not only were they soaking, Dao was just healing the heck out of the entire team.
Yeah, and then not only that, they had the Blazing Brilliance just doing what it needed to do, which was pretty much take down either the squishy heroes like the Princess Frost or take down the tanky heroes like Liam Poe. But you can see there, damage dealt was not a lot by the Fable, only 12.3%. The damage dealt was from Dao and the likes of the Ho Yi as well, which is 24.6 and 36.4. But the team rate fight between Woodwind, between Dao 90%. So they were sticking together like birds of a feather.
Yeah, how? The question is how? I didn't even see KK go into the fight. I just saw arrows flying here and there. So I want to see the highlights here. What exactly did KK do to kind of get the 24% damage of the team?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this answers it, right? Because, I mean, it was more so towards the end and more so towards these neutral objectives, but we shall see in these highlights to see what happens here for Hu Yi to get that much damage. But Zaze was able to, actually, it wasn't Zaze, it was Snow that was able to pick up the kill there onto KAK and win, but this was the only point of the match where we thought that AG Global was going to get the turnaround here, but Fearless just constantly came back from it.
Yep, exactly, and I think that's where the damage comes in. Look at this, the 4-man catch, and KK, now this is where the damage comes in. Nobody lays their hands on the KK. He's always surrounded by majority of his teammates, and he is just laying the pain down. Look at that, 1v1 against Snow, saved by the heals, and he gets a shutdown as well, so that amplifies the goal that he's getting. And the stun coming in, KK just enabled the team, and Fable, another enabler. You know, enablers are normally a good thing, but not for the side of AG Global.
Fable, the enabler. That generally sounds like a fierce name that you would hear in like the Fog of War or something along those lines. But MVP going over to DDEOK once more. So back-to-back in day 2 of the Open Series Pacific region. DDEOK picking up 2 MVPs. That 93.3k damage dealt. 4 kills, 1 death, 6 assists, and then damage taken was a heck of a lot there, which is 55k.
Yep, which was why he was tanking, right? But he was tanking and he was healing. And the fact that he was using his Mournful Tempo along with the Tragic Beauty, that's the amount of damage that, you know, the Yuhuan can do. Paired it up with the Frostscar Embrace, every single normal hit after the skill usage, additional damage. That's why he's so pained. That's why he's dealing so much hurt over to the side of AG Global, and boy, have they been better.
Yeah, we've seen better moments and better days from AG Global. Maybe this was just a mess up of match 1, but this is a best of 5, so there is room for error here for AG Global just to suss out their teammates, but we are going to be taking a little break just so that these 2 teams can suss the teams out after that post-play game. So don't go anywhere, guys. Game 2 will be on the way very soon.
In the meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Okay, welcome back. It is time to go into the second game of this best of 5 series. I was about to say 3, no, but it's 5 this time, right? So we're looking for the long distance run. Right now we have Fearless Esports Hong Kong, who have the lead 1-0 against AG Global. Blam, what do you think is going to happen in game number 2?
Well, I can kind of just hope for a little bit of a better draft, right? We was having a few comments there saying that we don't really think that the Princess Frost was probably the best call into that team comp there. Maybe something like a Gan and Mo, something that had a little bit more range, a little bit more burst to sort of give over to the likes of the Angela, just to try and take her out of the equation, try and take the Ho Yi out of the equation as well. But I feel like AG Global have it in them. They can't lose 4-0. They've been on the world stage. This would probably be one of the biggest upsets within Honor of Kings to date if AG Global was able to take just no rounds from Fearless Esports Hong Kong. That would be crazy. But they're locking in the Orgren once again.
Yeah. Okay, one minor thing. It's not comments. These are our opinions, right? They're not facts. So, yes, Orgren going to the hands of AG again. Looks like they find that Orgren is not the problem. I agree as well, right? Now, it really is, can they come up with something else that synergizes and enables this Orgren to really be at the peak of its performance?
Yeah, well, we kind of expected that with the Lian Po in the first game, right? Because most times when Orgrim gets picked up, the Lian Po comes through, it does very well, but there was just lack of no knock-up. There was no follow-up from the Lian Po. The Motsu coming in here could be pretty strong with the Cannon Blasters setting up those potentials for the Orgren, for the Ali as well. But very interesting, the AG Global do take the Hugh Huan off the table as well as the Masashi, but it looks like that's going to be countered by having the Dune here. So Lady Jen and Dolia once more coming through for Fearless Esports Hong Kong.
Yep, all 3 are actually counters, right? So even with the Wave Breaker, when it's in the water, it does provide a knockback. So it does cancel Mortz's ulti at the same time, right? So think inside the bots, not exactly going to be super useful. And Dun has a insanely short cooldown on Unruly Blade. So he's going to be able to throw this out over and over again with the Wind Slash. And Lady Chen, there's no speaking about it. The Destructive Deluge, the passive coming in from the Icicles as well. Everything works against Mortar and Orgren here.
Yeah, and the power play coming from Fearless Esports Hong Kong banning out their own Angela. It's like, you know what? We don't need that in the mid lane. We got Lady Jen. That's all we need. We got plenty of counters towards the Orgren. We've already showed you that Orgren's not the top dog anymore. We are the top dogs. We know how to play against that Orgren. But they ban out the Ho Yi as well, so they don't want those blazing arrows to come through. Thanks to Dolia, just be able to give over just 1 or 2 of those blazing arrows as well. But the Dune here pick is going to be solid because, again, can soak up a lot of damage. Getting that paired with the Lung as well, that could be troublesome, right?
Yeah, a lot of iframes, right? Infinite Vastness offers the ability to escape or to be aggressive as well, so they can kind of pick and choose when they want to kind of turn the tides, right? So Fearless Esports Hong Kong, I really like the draft. They have some tank, they have a lot of control. Now the question is, AG, what do they have in their bag of tricks? How can they establish more control? Do they have enough damage? Because as we know in the previous game, and Arlie and Orgren, not enough damage just yet.
Yeah, the AA did not come through, but hey, the Orgren here being first pick could still be a Clash lane flex pick. We don't know yet because there is no jungle on the board within this draft, which always helps in terms of that, but that is answered straight away. We're getting our second Suya of the Open Series Split 2, and then that's getting paired with Dharma. So Snow actually going for the Dharma this time around, which is very good for getting into our backline.
Yep, so the point here is it doesn't matter if we don't have enough damage. Let us buy more time with CC. We will be able to get it done, right? So yeah, with the Divine Punishment for his second skill, the knockup is extremely potent. It's quite hard to deal against, especially if you get hit with the first skill, the super slow, quite a lot of burst as well. And Sanctification, that is something that needs to be thought about from the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong.
Yes, Fearless Esports Hong Kong going with the tried and tested lane. It worked in the first game. Why not go for it again? Because, hey, it did fantastic in game 1, and now that the fact that they've got the lung as well, being able to bait AG Global into these team fights and then just taking flight, and then you're met with Lady Jen, you're met with the Elaine and the Dunn as well, with Dune being able to just soak up so much damage and then just allow the Elaine just to let rip onto the side of AG Global is probably something we're going to see in this game too.
Yep, exactly. And this is where the truth will come out. Will this Dharma make the difference for the side of AG Global going up against a monster performance of Singling in the Clash lane, or will it not make a difference still?
Only time will tell, Ken. Only time will tell. But there is no going to be any level 1 invade this time around. We're having a little bit of a more reserved AG Global after that battering in game 1, because the only real thing that went well for them was obviously the side lanes being taken down to the T2s pretty early on, but then they didn't really get to do anything with it because Fearless Esports Hong Kong was just able to control the match.
Yeah, you can definitely take a look. Potential first blood here, the knockup by the Divine Punishment, but Singling once more is diving into the middle of 3, and it is going to pay off. Fable gets the first blood as Singling runs away, will not get away still. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but it's a huge kill because now in the mid lane, it is all about Fable.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been a lot more horrible for AG Global. They could have just not got anything in return for that in terms of kills. But it did go over to the Orgrim, which is good, so allows to give a bit more resources over. But honestly, Fable in this mid lane is a very strong mid laner.
Yeah, really shocked me, right? Super surprising in terms of the quality he has had, for the side of Fearless Hong Kong.
Yeah.
And at this point, the rotations are starting to make sense already. Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they want to make sure that Ertian can't grow. And with a Tsuya that's under level, that's a sight to see, man.
Yeah, because the thing with Tsuya as well is that obviously if he gets the last hits onto these creeps, he also gets some extra XP as well. So obviously it's going to level him up faster, and you kind of want to stunt the growth of this hero in the mid lane. And again, for those new tuning in at home that aren't quite so familiar with this hero, is that he can give level 25 cap over, but Kin.
Oh, the law is laid down. It's going to be a kill onto the mid lane. Fable, for the first time, looking a little bit lost here as AG, they put themselves up a kill 2-1 as another stump comes in as Dao Dao will catch eyes onto Tingling.
Yes, Tinling does go down there as well. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what AG Global are going to do here. They're already up with the kills, not quite with the gold, ever so slacking in terms of gold, which is going to be a watchful eye on because they don't want to find themselves in the same place as game 1 where they're chasing gold late into the mid to late game.
Yeah, it's really concerning for the side of AG Global because they have not laid hands onto the side of KK just yet, and you know what happens when you give KK such freedom.
Yes, already securing MVP, and then obviously Dodo securing MVP twice as well. They definitely got to watch out for this farm lane player. But like I was saying in the draft, they can use that lung to completely bait a lot of those ultimates onto the farm lane hero, but then he can just go up into the air and just disappear, which would be at a detriment to AG Global going into these team fights without any ultimates, with a lot of their abilities on cooldown.
Yep, I have to commend Dao Dao's rotations here. He is extremely quick traversing the map using the Unruly Blade to its utmost efficiency at this point. Already at level 7.
At level 7, and only 200 gold behind the Orgrim, where Orgrim's typically got a faster rotation rate than the Dune. But like you said, Dao Dao playing it to perfection, playing it to a very utilized ability here, but the neutral objectives are up there, sitting in the bush. AG Global looking for a fight.
Yeah, but it's okay. Caught in the middle of 4. 5 is all of Fearless Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle of 4 once again, and here comes the Infinite Vastness aggressively. And at this point, it is a 1-by-1 they fall as AG take another burn. It is Fearless Esports Hong Kong dominating in this first 4.5 minutes of the game.
A team wipe before the neutral objectives, Kin. What can Fearless Esports Hong Kong do? This is a different kind of gravy.
Yeah, I mean, the 4-0 makes sense now, right? Fearless Esports, not only do they know the limits, they are fearless in their approach there. An ace in the 4.5-minute point of the game.
Yep, early ace is definitely not what I had on my bingo card with AG Global being on this matchup right now. But hey, Fearless Esports showing that they need some attention, some limelight on that global stage.
Oh, for sure, and you can take a look at what the growth is. 2,000 gold ahead, and at this point, it's looking like they can't find any recovery points. Tingling maybe getting caught out if he steps a bit too far. Catches eyes on the woodwind, but this is not the area you want to stay in, right? And Rudy Blade gonna be used again, refreshed. Yeah, it's tough to watch.
It's very tough to watch at the moment, yeah, for a team we've known for quite some time. They've had their ups and downs, but EWC, they kind of had their redemption arc, but we're going into this one, we thought that they were going to come out as top dogs, but right now they're currently down one map, so they need to do something to secure this map 2, because if we see Fearless Esports get map 2, all they need to do is just take a map 3, and then that's it. It's Fearless Esports going into the play-ins, and AG Global just meeting their end there until potentially next year. We don't know what happens after KC tournament.
Yeah, that's right. And at this point, everything is at risk, but everything is for the taking. Fearless Esports, they might have stepped a little bit too far. Path of passing to be laid down. The swipe comes in as well. Tokay now in the middle, once again off 4, but it is not him who is the target. It is Tingling who gets taken out. The support is out of the game for the next 20 seconds, and that's not the only one. Tokay will be punished accordingly as all 5 members gather at the mid. They are looking for this T1, and they will not be denied.
No, T1 looking to go down here in the mid lane, but that was played to perfection. We already had the KK doing a lot of damage onto Qin Ling before they could even get into that team fight. He was already pretty much half health, and it's getting to that point now within the game where KK is just amassing so much resources. He's got the Crimson Golem buff as well, so damage is not going to be an issue for long.
Oh, for sure, and it's just a little bit of time before he gets even more painful, right? He is so close towards that Eternity Blade. In fact, he just completed it. 5.1 thousand gold at the 7-minute mark. This is not what you want to see if you're coming from AG Global.
Yeah, no, they're all down with their T1s. No T1s standing left, and their Lung is already putting some great damage onto that T2 into the farm lane. This is looking like a rinse and repeat for game 1, Kim, which is pretty shocking for AG Global. They've got this far, they've done pretty well, and now Fearless Esports really put in a reason why they was able to claim a 4-0 in the qualifier.
Well, 5,000 gold ahead at the 8-minute mark. This is a testament to the strength of the side of Fearless Esports, right? They're still looking for more, all 5 heroes. They will start looking, but at this point, it's okay. Once again, being put into a position where all 5 members are staring him in the face, and here we go, one more gets caught out. The dash will not save him. Tingling picks the fall again. It is 1 kill for now, but there is plenty more to come. The second one, Tokay, as Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they see the light, they see the opening, and they will swing the doors open. T3 at the top, taken down instantly.
Yeah, looking for a little bit more of a swifter game too, it seems. That high ground turret is falling a lot quicker than it did in game 1, but they still have that mid lane up for themselves on the side of AG Global. They need to kind of play on the back foot and play it well, but when you have the Modsu playing on the back foot, it's not a great pick.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they're supposed to kill the Dun here, right? Dao already has the Ominous Premonition along with the Long Night Guardian, and he does have the Giant's Grip, so it's just tank. How much health do you have to burn through to get down 6 feet under? And there's still the rest of the team, you know?
Yeah, there's still the rest of the team on top of that. So if you exhaust all your abilities and all your skills onto Dao just to try and run him down, you've then got Lady Chen, you've then got a lane that's pretty much like a second line of defense for the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. But speaking of second defense, we have now another neutral objective going over to the side of Fearless Esports, where we don't see a single neutral objective just yet on the side of AG Global. But Zays,
he's going to regret this decision for sure. 3-on-1. What can he do? He can take the fall. And that is the game for the side of AG Global. That's how they've been caught, right? Every single time being caught off guard. And I'm going to correct myself down here. DDEOK doesn't even have the Giant's Grip. He just has the Patrol Axe. That's not even the final form of the jungling item just yet.
Yeah, wait till you see his final form. That's what DDEOK's thinking. It's like, wait till I've got my jungle item all the way to Giant's Grip, and now it has. It's now completely evolved, so he's only just going to get tankier and tankier, and looking for their third neutral objective before they potentially could even finish this match, Kim, because Fearless Esports are looking fearless, and AG Global are looking fearful.
Yep, exactly. And take a look at what Singling is doing. He's going up against 4 different members at that moment in the blue side of the jungle. Azure Golem still going to be secured by Zhou, but that's all they're going to get, right? Consolation prize, because the waves are crashing in. Fearless Esports, the door is opening. DDEOK going to start working on the front. Death at Sunset to the back lines. Look at the damage onto Earth here. No one is able to stop that entry point from Singling. And it's a free tier 3 once again on the bottom.
Yeah, high ground turret taken in the farm lane and T2 in the mid lane. And it looks like they're going to rotate towards this neutral objective as well. Not quite going for the Shadow Overlord just yet. Maybe they don't want to do it whilst they've got the debuff into the jungle. But we see that Zaze is able to pick up the Eternity Blade there. Whether that's going to be enough for him to come back at this point, as they are 8k gold behind Kin at 11 minutes. That is something else.
Right, let's make a guess, man. For DDEOK, is he going for Glacial Buckler or is he going for the Frigid Charge? Which one will you prefer?
Oh, I'm probably going to go for the Glacial Buckler, personally.
Yeah,
personally.
That 20% reduction, right? And here we go, it's okay. He's going to try and slow down this push, but DDEOK does not care. Here comes the Death at Sunset once again. The Dolia refresh going to be allowing that entrance here. Zhou falling a bit low. DDEOK looking for more. Going up against all 5 members. Think inside the box, already wasted from the side of Tingling, and this is not looking good. The base is barren for the side of AG Global as Fearless Esports. They take the wins, they take the structures, and they walk away scot-free.
They are absolutely walking away scot-free. No deaths on their side. They managed to pick up the Azure Golem. They managed to pick up another Azure Golem for themselves as well. Looking to give it over to DDEOK this time, because we saw that Fable already had the Azure Golem buff for herself on the Lady Jen. And now they have the Shadow Overlord. So any tries of means of thinking you can get a minion wave out of there, they're just going to pop the Shadow Vanguard.
Oh, here we go. Wind Slash coming in with the Destructive Deluge as well. Fable gets the damage in the front line. Singling doing all he can. He does have the Blood Rage. Will pop it as well. Finally, they get a kill. Have they stepped too far? KK is the first one to fall in this fight, but it's traded out for Snow. So Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they lick their wounds, but they won't be backing out too much just yet, because the Shadow Overlord is walking down, flying down that mid lane.
Flying down the mid lane. I mean, they're able to take out KK. So for now, the lack of damage coming through for the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong could be something to a detriment to themselves. But because they have such a front foot in this game too, with 45k gold, they have all the neutral objectives that have taken place just yet, as well as the Vanguard still on the board as well. But if you just look at KK compared to Zaze is gold, that's 10.6 to 8.9. That's crazy.
Yep, it's a big difference here. Siegebreaker already in the hands of KK. Here we go, DDEOK looking for another dive in once again. Doesn't matter if you have the knockup, he does have the Frigid Charge. He gets that extra 12% shield from his HP. Here we go, Death at Sunset on the backline. Singling doing so much work. The refresh comes in as well. He gets the kill onto the Tuya. Earthchen is out of the game for the next 39 seconds. The Suns come in, but nobody is dying on the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. The dive comes in, the troop comes in. They get the kill, but it's just onto Fable. The rest of Fearless Esports Hong Kong will not be denied, and they take game number 2, 2-0. Fearless Esports Hong Kong.
Fearless Esports Hong Kong with the 2-0, Kin. Did you think that this was going to happen? Because we've been singing the praises of AG Global for pretty much the entire of this tournament, thinking, yo, this is pretty much written in the stars for AG Global. Yes, we had that kind of mystery 4-0 that happened in the Hong Kong and Macau qualifiers. But we just thought that that may have just been AG Global thought we qualified anyway. We may as well just kind of just not play at our full potential. Or is the actual story, as it seems like it's been painted now, that Fearless Esports was actually a little bit too much heat for AG Global to handle?
I mean, never in my imagination would I imagine AG Global being handed, having their butts handed to them like this, right? So Fearless Esports Hong Kong, I think there's a reason why they're called Fearless. Let's take a look at the itemization of how this went down. I think one of the main members I want to focus on, maybe Xingling and Dao Dao, like the two of them have been absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, I mean, it's that classical kind of Clash and jungle combo, right? It's something that I was learning about when we started to get into Honor of Kings, is just how well-paired and well-oiled machines that if you can get your jungle and Clash lane, like we see with like Niap and Danny in VKS, that well-oiled machine between those two players, Dao Dao and Xingling, are showing that same kind of synergy, and it's scary.
Yep, exactly. 31.7% of the team's damage dealt by Dao Dao. And I won't say brainless, it's kind of like a less stress-free mindset, right? Dao Dao just went ham. He just went in. It doesn't matter how much damage there was. He had the Long Night Guardian. He had the Frigid Charge. Every single thing that AG was going to throw at him just enabled him to tank even more.
Yeah, and we're going to see that a little bit more in these highlights here. Just all that damage going over to Dao Dao, but just then either being met with Xingling being able to get those kills. Luckily for AG Global, this was kind of like the point where I thought, okay, maybe AG Global just had a bad game one. And this game two is where they're going to come back. But then we saw this kind of team fight come through where it was at the 4-minute mark, where it was a team ace for Fearless Esports. And at that point, Ken, it was kind of just like, what can they do? They need to try and rescind that kind of team ace for themselves. AG Global needed to get that front foot in the door at that point, not when there was backs against the wall at the higher ground turrets.
Yeah, and this is the marker between a good team and a great team, right? So the ability to dive, and when you want to dive overly excessively, I think Fearless Esports Hong Kong have really embodied this sense of like, you know, yes, it is good to be fearless, but it's also good to be calculative, right? Look at that. Xingling escapes with the stun, gets the Blood Rage off at the perfect timing, and there's no one here. Once again, no one here to stop Dao Dao. He's just on his own and just throwing everything at him, while KK just has the time of his life. And aggressive infinite vastness always speaks volumes about, hey, this team is just that much better.
Yes, and speaking of MVP, it looks like it's going to go over to Xingling this time around. So Dao Dao not getting it in game two, but he's got two MVPs for himself already. But Xingling definitely deserved this one. The 68.7k damage, the 7 kills to 1 death, and then damage taken as well. So he was doing bits for taking those shots, taking those L's onto the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. And 11.1k gold, that was great metrics across the board.
Yep, Overlord's Plate Mail, the one that allows you to heal the moment you're out of combat. He was always in fighting shape, right? And if things go awry, he had the Blood Rage, extra damage, extra shield. So Xingling really MVP performance. But of course, I think everyone needs a break, a reset, as we go into the potential last game of the best of 5 series between AG Global as well as Fearless Esports Hong Kong. When we're back, we'll see, can Fearless Esports Hong Kong deal that finishing blow onto AG Global? Stay close.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series Split 2 Pacific Region Finals. What a mouthful, and what a fantastic games we've had so far today. But Fearless Esports Hong Kong are definitely up in the ranks 2-0. Is it the fact the Orgrin is the bad priority pick here for the side of AG Global? We can honestly think and hope that they're going to adjust the draft in this game 3. If not, could we see a 3-0, Kin?
Well, it's tough to say, right? My personal belief, it's not the hero, it's the player. So at this point, of course, Fearless Esports Hong Kong have definitely portrayed themselves and branded themselves as the better team. You know, we've been reading the comments, right? And, you know, a lot of people are saying, hey, you know what? You guys are hyping Fearless Esports Hong Kong too much. But I only have to say there are opinions and then there are facts. And the fact of the matter is, Fearless Esports Hong Kong are 2-0 up. And it has been a convincing performance thus far.
It has. But the Hugh Huan changes hands this time around, Kin. So I can only hope that that means that the melodic lady is going to give us a win onto the side of AG Global. But Fearless Esports Hong Kong have gone for the Arlie for themselves. So KK getting to pick up the Arlie this time. And then Princess Frost going over to Fable.
Yeah, we haven't seen the best performances from teams that have picked up the Princess Frost. So, you know what? I'm still expecting AG to really hit the stride, right? They haven't shown the best performance just yet. They are not the AG that we know of. So at this point, the draft, this typical staple combination, Lady Sun with the Ming, one of the signature picks across all professional teams. Let's see if this is the winning formula to try and, you know, snatch one game back.
Yeah, I mean, they debuted the Lady Sun and Ming themselves in this tournament. That is AG Global. So hopefully, like you said, Ken, it can be a little bit of a lucky trinket for them to get a round on the board. But again, more power plays coming through for Fearless Esports Hong Kong. They ban out the Dune, they ban out the Monkey as well, and they go for the Masashi, maybe hoping that they do go for the Orgrid into the Clash lane again, because they've banned out the lane, they've banned out the Mayeen. That leaves basically Byron up for grabs here. So whoever gets Byron first then probably wants to go for maybe the Orgrid into the Clash lane.
Yeah, you know, at this point, it really is. I think AG have identified that the backline access was the huge problem that Fearless Esports was just dealing towards them, right? Because there was no one to protect the backlines. And the fact that Fearless Esports Hong Kong have banned out the Dun and the Mankey, it speaks volumes because they understand the strength of their draft. And the strength of their draft is to burst down multiple heroes. So they can't have someone similar to how they're performing in game number 2, where Dao Dao was just unkillable with the Dun. They don't want to face that same kind of pressure as well.
Yes, and there's that Byron. I did say whoever takes it first means that they've got a little less of a Clash lane hero pool to pick from. We could see the Dharma again on the side of AG Global, just so they can try and get into the backlines. But we didn't see a fantastic performance from Snow that time around. But they are looking to go for the Dharma again, and the Kaiser is going to be the jungle pick. So a solid front line puts Hugh Huan into the mid lane.
Yep, so they want to substitute that Dun pick for the Kaiser, and I think it makes a lot of sense, right? The Invincible Warrior will allow them to really have a standing ground against the likes of Musashi, which probably will be in the jungle at this point. Dao Dao, not sure whether he has shown his Musashi just yet. I don't have an inkling of that. But Musashi is definitely one of the big counter picks. The only difficult situation is he has to pick and choose really carefully, because if you go for the Kaiser, the heals are going to come in from the Yuan. If you go for the Ming, then Lady Sun can burst you down. So at this point, AG is inviting Fearless Esports Hong Kong to come in with the duel to the death.
Yes, and then finalizing Fearless Esports Hong Kong's draft is going to be the Zhang Fei. So again, another strong front line, being able to dictate those engages, or even trying to do a counter engage where you see all 4 or all 5 of the enemy team come towards you and use that unbridled rage to push them away, to kind of part them like the sea. And then you see the likes of the Byron come through, like we've been seeing for pretty much all of day 2. Those Byron backdoor plays have been phenomenal, and I can imagine that Shinlin is going to be just as good as we've seen him before on this Byron, as well as the Musashi for Dao Dao, which is a new debut hero here for Dao Dao.
Yep, AG gonna use the standard, right? We want to up the farm for the side of Zeiss, and that is going to allow them to really just clear off the first wave in the mid lane, transition into the bot lane really quickly after they take this River Sprite as well. Looks like they're going to ignore it at this point.
Yeah, a little bit of a quicker start here for AG Global. This is probably the confidence that they need going into what could be potentially the last game for them in the Open Series, because Fearless Esports Hong Kong, for those new tuning in at home, are currently 2-0. But here we are, KK Woodwind are going in here trying to do a little bit of a mental play here. Woodwind taking a lot of damage there from Zaze. So is KK as well, not enough healing, and we don't have the shield like we just saw there from the Zhongfei, which enables you to go back in.
Yep, so Leaping Savior cancelled out by the heals coming in from Tingling, right, with the passive as well. So Zay's doing really well for himself. Right now, it really is, can they identify where is this weakness point that they can kind of farm up and put bodies down on the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong, right? AG, I like the start of this game. They get the farm, they're funneling it into Zay's, but can they do more? Can they find an opening?
I have to say, though, Fable is really good at landing these trick shots on whatever mid lane hero he decides to play. Those skills that deserve precision or need precision, he's always landing them, like the Frigid Prison there. Just able to just land it onto the Kaiser, just kind of stopping that rotation, stopping that tempo, which is basically the main function of that when you're not using it in a team fight to sort of isolate one of the team members. It's to kind of stop these roaming heroes and stop their tempo, which can be at the detriment of the game.
Well, then, he seems like a Fable, right? Because he is always able to get the skills down. Now, Ertian, having such difficulty in the mid lane against Fable here, already has that EXP advantage. And here we go. Look at that. 3 hits all over the place once again.
Yes, a lot of pressure onto the side, well, a lot of presence, shall I say, from Fearless Esports to the side of Tyrant. But here we go, Joe K goes in with the Invincible Warrior ultimate, but the Winter is here, really negates how he can navigate that team fight before himself. And there we go, Musashi claiming the first blood onto AG Global. Dao Dao with true fashion getting the first blood.
Yep, the trigger fingers onto the Invincible Warrior didn't really work out for them. There was a lot of escape mechanisms still available for the side of Fable, right? Using the flash to get out. At the same time, that pulled Zhouke a little bit too far in, and Dao Dao loves overcommitment.
Yes, because I mean, he has punished even Gold Dot Gaming for overcommitting once before as well, so it's no stranger to see them do it once again, even for a better team like AG Global. But Woodwind taking a few bits of damage here from Joe K, but there comes that Winter's coming just to try and stop him getting on top of that T1 to safety, as well as doing damage onto the Lady Sun.
Yep, so duel to the death committed onto Ertian, but he seems fine in peril state, not gonna be lasting too long. And at this point, Dao Dao and Fable, they want to do a fast clear because the neutral objectives are going to be coming out soon.
Yeah, 6 seconds until those neutral objectives are up. We've not actually seen a first blood into the clash lane for the first time, it seems. We've just seen a lot more brawling going on in the other lanes, but we can kind of see that Shinlin is rotating down to the farm lane. We see that Snow uses that teleport mechanic to try and get in, to try and contest this neutral objective, going over to Fearless Esports once more, and there it is. Shinlin is getting the kill onto Joe K, but it's not just Joe K that goes down, Shinlin goes down as well. So Ming, we have a Lady Sun without the Ming here, which is going to be a bit more of a scare to Lady Sun.
Yep, and that's why you pick the Woodwind Zhangfei, right? That unbridled outburst with that push away, the knockback. So clinical and crucial in getting the confirmation onto the smites for the neutral objectives. Now they've secured the Tyrant. They have an EXP lead, a goal lead, 3,000 at the 5-minute mark. Fearless Esports Hong Kong once again are so dominant.
Very dominant with that tier 2 takedown again. There's just been such a focus on these side lanes for Fearless Esports, and we normally see from AG Global, this is what their MO was for the beginning part of the tournament. We were knowing them for the objective taken, not really going for these brawls, but speaking of brawls, we're having one win pretty low here. The Unbridled Outrage comes through and saves his life. That shield right now is the only thing standing between the death of Zhongfei and keeping him alive, and currently at level 7 across the board, they're not going to have those penetration items.
Yeah, and you know what's really cool for me at this point? DDEOK actually going for the Dragon's Rage. So he's able to heal up much faster when he hits normal creeps as well. But not only that, he deals 6% of his health as extra damage for his normal hits. And look at that. The domination, 3,000, they get both of the neutral objectives.
Yeah, this is what we normally see from AG Global. They're normally the ones that are dominating the map, dominating these objectives. But right now, it seems like they've just been mirrored by Fearless Esports Hong Kong. They have taken their identity and used it against them so far, because down in the farm lane, they're down to the higher ground turrets, and they are down to neutral objectives. Joe K throwing a few of the blades here, just trying to bit of damage, but go straight to the back line. There is DDEOK. Musashi taking down the Ming as well, and we have Chin Ling into the back line there. The Byron backdoor play. Snow goes in, tries to get the double CC onto KK. KK falls as well, so first kill for the side of AG Global, but is it a little bit too late here for AG Global to start coming back? Because overall, that was a 3-1 trade, and potentially a higher ground turret here as well. We see the Unbridled Rage come through. Byron into the back of the line, trying to keep them away from the high ground turret. 7 minutes in, a high ground turret falls. Oh, yeah, there we go. A little bit preemptive for me, but it does fall.
Yep, I mean, no matter how you look at it, you cannot deny how dominant Fearless Esports Hong Kong are at this point. And look at the funneling of the farm. It's not even going into the hands of the early. KK is not the richest. It is actually DDEOK. 5.8 thousand gold, already done with the Dragon's Rage, going into the Burning Cape as well. Once he completes that Burning Rage, that Burning Cape, it's going to have anti-regen properties as well, and that's going to hurt the side of Zhou so much.
Has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time until they actually get those items come through for the anti-regen as well, which could be at a detriment to AG Global, because they're only really holding on to that sustain for themselves right now, thanks to the Huan, thanks to the Kaiser, but Kaiser getting caught out in the bush here. Joe K tries to go Invincible Warrior, but it's going to be enough. We see KK goes in, does a lot of damage, is able to life step out of there as well. So no catching KK once more. He does fall, Snow's in the bush, a little bit of a phase check with the face from Woodwind, but if you're going to phase check with your face, Zhongfei's the guy that wants to do it.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? He will break your face if he gets a glimpse of you as well. Here comes a wraparound. Woodwind, does he have his ultimate? Yes, he does. Waiting for the perfect opportunity, getting the Leaping Savior down as well. It's all a setup at this point, because AG, they know they can't overcommit at this particular juncture of the game.
Yeah, they're definitely behind by 6k gold, so like you said, Kin, they can't overcommit. They don't have the priority in that farm lane as well. They have not taken that T1 for themselves, so it's already pretty much a safe haven for the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong to be able to just do these neutral objectives, go back to that T1 if they need to, or even just push the lane even further. But Byron is already in that mid lane, already looking to cause a stir, trying to push these minion waves, trying to keep AG Global off of that neutral objective, and was able to.
Yeah, and this is one of the benefits of getting a tier 3 so early in the game. You don't really have to manage the waves that hard. Look at that, the very quick rotation. The T1 at the top isn't even threatened at this point. Snow, I think he did really well, right? There's a couple of truth mantras he landed down really quickly onto the backlines of Fearless Esports Hong Kong, but there's just not enough damage.
Yeah, we should remember the point for AG Global that we've been seeing in the drafts, right, for the past 2 games is that the damage is just not quite there. We just kind of hope that Zayze is able to just farm up and activate pretty early on before the enemy's farm lane. But there we go, untargetable comes from Urshian as well, keeping himself alive. But what is not alive is the T2 and the T2, both T2, sorry, I don't know where I was going with that one. T2 in the mid lane and the Clash lane, both don't survive that little engage and priority in those lanes.
Yeah, breaking not just the structures, but breaking the spirits on the side of AG Global. At this point, it's hard to fathom, right? How does AG Global come back into this game? Once again, Fearless Esports, they take another neutral objectives for themselves. This time, they take the Tyrant. They're ready to fight.
Yeah, normally when we have teams at this point, they're able to kind of push the side lanes. They're not quite already pushed to that higher ground turret. So you could kind of see that Zaze is able to try and do macro plays, try and farm up, try and get some of these jungle objectives within their own jungle. But the fact that the mid lane is completely been deterred all the way down to their higher ground turret, and then the farm lane is completely gone. It just gives Zaze no freedom to do any of that. None of those comeback mechanics are able to be here. And it looks like Fearless Esports are going to allow them to get to that ultimate comeback mechanic, which is going to be that Tempest Dragon, because we haven't even seen it once in the Open Series Split 2. And so far, how this game's going, I don't think we're going to see it in this game.
Yep, they're bidding their time at this point, right? So AG Global, they are just trying their best to hang on, but it's the complete opposite, right? For the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong, at this point, what they're looking for is just for the cooldowns. And if AG Global makes the very dire mistake of trying to step out of the base to contest for neutral objectives, I'm pretty sure Fearless Esports Hong Kong will punish them extremely painfully.
Yeah, that's the thing that we've got to try and do. There's got to be, stay calm, collective, and try and take these small victories into these team fights as well. Maybe trying to pick off the likes of KK, which we've seen Snow do already just in this game, this map 3. But there we go, flash in for Xin Ling on the Byron, which is just so deadly, doing a lot of damage onto Zaze, just trying to get him out of these team fights as they have the minion waves, trying to push the higher ground turret in that mid lane. And there's the Winters coming, trying to zone them out so they can't take those minion waves from the side of Fearless Esports. And we're at the Crystal already. It is the 12-minute mark. Byron uses that ultimate there to get that shield off, try and do a little bit of AoE damage as well. KK just taunting the side of AG Global for now.
Yep, it's so, you know, destabilizing, right? For the side of AG Global, they even forced out Ertian to use that flash defensively. So now Ertian can't really offer too much, and this is the perfect timing because Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they know, hey, they have nothing left in the books. It is time to take the neutral objective. They get the Shadow Overlord as well, and this is going to clear up the waves in the top lane, and this could be the finishing blow that Fearless Esports Hong Kong are going to lay onto AG Global.
I mean, they're looking like for the perfect game here, right? Other than dropping one life, they've not dropped a single turret. So they're looking to try and take all the higher ground turrets because here it is. The effort is pretty clear. The minions are here. We see that there's a bit of a split push here for Xin Ling as well on the Byron, and no one's died just yet. Zaze is down, so that's all their damage pretty much gone on the side of AG Global. We have the minions at the crystals, 2-0 down. It is a 3-0 victory for Fearless Esports Hong Kong, going in to the KC play-ins where they will meet Scars and Nongshim.
Yep, a very big congratulations to the team that was unknown literally until the end stages of this competition. Not only did they beat their opponents, they beat their opponents with a clean sweep.
Yes, I mean, none of us actually even thought that that was going to be the case today. We all pretty much went into this day thinking that AG Global were going to take a solid victory, literally set sail like sunset and just go all the way to that finals and claim their play-in position. But Fearless Esports had other plans to stop them and take the KC play-ins for themselves and the 10K prize pool of this season.
Yep, so we do have to give a little bit of a shout out, you know, for the fans watching on YouTube. There was this guy called Sync Dust. He was like, guys, it's going to be a 3-0, trust me. So I'm going to commend you, Sync Dust. What a call out. That was the actual scoreline, and it was a very convincing win from the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Now, with that being said, Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they have set a new bar. And I am very curious how this Pacific play-ins will be like with the rest of the teams from the region.
Yeah, because I mean, if you think about it, AG Global were at EWC MSI not only just about a month ago, where they took the quarterfinals from the side of Team Secret, which were the second best Malaysian team. And then to come to the Open Series, yes, they have 2 new members, and then they lose to an unknown Fearless Esports Hong Kong, who also have 2 new members, but lost in the Open Series Split 1. So again, a little bit of a redemption arc here for Fearless Esports, but less about the narrative. Before we get into that, let's look at the stats. But my oh my, Dao once again 0 death run for the Musashi. What a great debut on this hero.
Yeah, exactly. Dao, I think one of the new players we should definitely keep our eyes on. And you know what? I think all 5 members on the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong are worthy of that MVP position. Look at the damage Dao this time using, it doesn't matter who you give him, right? What kind of hero he has in his hands. More than 30% of the team's damage came from Dao. And I really like this build, right? I'm going to see a lot more Dragon Rages, Musashi coming in for sure. Not only do you get to sustain in the lanes, you get to do damage 6% extra of your health against the likes of your enemies. And take a look at that. Every single game has been around the 9 to 10,000 gold advantage going to the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong.
Yeah, it's really something different, but this is the highlights and show you how Fearless Esports Hong Kong was able to claim that 3-0 victory over the side of AG Global. And like you were saying there, kid, the 10k gold difference pretty much every game really shows that the resourcefulness and the macro plays of this team is something else. And another thing I want to chime in on what you said there, but all these players definitely deserve MVP going into this game 3 because I don't think there was a weak link.
Yeah, for sure. I think Fable is actually one of my favorite players on this team right now. If you take a look at the way that Fable is playing, every single winter is here has been placed so specifically and so carefully that it's going to block out the positions of AG for any countermeasure. So let's take a look at this. Dao once again going to retain that MVP for himself. He is going to be the superstar face of the team. 44,000 damage dealt across the board. Not dying a single time. 404, no wins found for the side of AG Global, and he took 33.9 thousand damage, accumulating a total of over 10,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, Fearless Esports have definitely found themselves a little superstar here, right? Because that, to tell the people at home, Dao was one of their new players, and now look where they finish at the end of the Pacific Finals and find themselves going into the play-ins to go against even more established teams like Scars and Nongshim as well. So that's their next proving ground. If they are able to take some victories and take the qualifier from those teams, this is a new team that we have to watch out for going into 2025 after this 2024 concludes.
Yeah, for sure. So we've already seen the standards of the teams in the Pacific, and this is a very, very strong showing so far. I'm really hopeful for what the Pacific region can bring into the entirety of the World Series, the Kings Championship happening at the end of October. Now, this has been a great time, right, Blam? You know, it has been great. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, with me today has been Blam. I think we had a blast. Any last words from you, Blam?
I mean, it was a shame that we didn't get a full best of 5 or best of 3 without this entire tournament. But like, if you've liked what you've seen within the Pacific region, obviously starting from tomorrow, we will have the Honor of Kings Americas region go through as well, where there will be some new teams playing for the play-ins side and the qualifiers for the KC play-ins against their relative teams in the Americas region. But that is it for myself and obviously your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. We will be catching you all tomorrow at a bit of a later date for the Americas qualifiers and the Open Series Split 2. So don't go anywhere. Actually, do go somewhere, have some sleep, have some breaks, and we'll get some more games tomorrow with the Americas region. So thank you very much, guys, for tuning in. Take it easy, and we'll see you tomorrow.